Hey guys, I think a lot of you found the new link. Let me find it myself and send it to you to the previous link. To the previous stream, but that one should be shut down as fast as possible by YouTube, I guess. Because, the scary copyright. Not the scary, but you know how it works on YouTube. So, okay, so here is the old link, but the new one is this one. Okay, welcome everyone. I'm just gonna send it to the previous chat, previous stream chat or something. So yeah, this one is here. Okay, here's the new link. Yeah, I think a lot of people will figure this out. Stream died for our sins. Nice one. Who was that? Kevin S. That's funny. That's funny, really. Та створив нове посилання. Here it is. Okay, welcome guys. Welcome to the new stream. And I just need to see how many people went here. 48 people, so we lost around 30 people back there. Let's hope they will come now or in a few minutes. Okay, so this is the new stream. I like the old one better, but he will make do. You're funny. Okay, so everyone, this is the raffle item this week. Buy as many tickets as you want, but better as you can. It's better than as you want, okay? So let's work on it. Let's raise some money today, guys. Thank you. And you know, I set the goal of 3,000 for the stream. And Brian R donated before the stream. He donated 200 dollars. He donated, that sum of money, $200, and I decided to minus it from the 3,000, so 2,800 more to raise. Not more, but what was left to raise. After that, Johanna, also before the stream, she donated $120, saying, "Dear Rick, this donation is to the Car for Ukraine campaign and to Rollers Fund to get patches or pins to Rollers. 6 tickets to me and 6 tickets to moderators, please. Rick, thank you so much for everything you do. Все буде Україна. Слава Україні. Героям слава. Johanna z Finlandii." Thank you, Johanna. After that, Amonsky Amarski donated $30 with a comment, "Amonsky for Fuzzy." And then this, and this, and the Ukrainian flag. And Sir Garrick and Mrs. Garrick donated $326.77. And thank you, guys. Tickets for you, for all of you, right? All tickets for you, too. So, Cass, you see this membership system is broken for me. And I ask you guys to buy super chats today then instead of the gifted memberships because it doesn't work. Hi Yana, how you doing? Hi everyone, how are you doing, guys? I unfortunately don't have the time to mention all of your names, so I just need to adapt. Haji, thank you for that super chat, $10. I love you, Jesus. I repent of my sins. Help me to never sin again and to love you always and to do your will. Amen. Happy Easter, everyone. That was not... Yeah, I just read the super chat. I'm usually not saying the praise to Jesus. But happy Easter, guys. Happy Easter to all of you who celebrate it as a resurrection of Christ. You can celebrate it differently, of course. Okay, so yeah, YouTube is just... It hates me. That's okay. I'm also live on Twitch, guys. But yeah, this is my main platform. Oh, euro is strong on dollar today. Wonder how this comes, Sir Garrick says. Yeah, it is. So $326.77. I think it comes from tariffs, right? So 2,800,000, that is remaining to get to the goal, minus 120, minus 30, minus 326.77. So we need to raise today still $2,323.23. Let's get there, guys. Send your donations to my PayPal or to the base. By the way, I can actually minus $100 from Robert Janisar, who donated to the base. It also counts. I just minused it, so oh wait, it's actually not $100 because minus 9%, right? So it's $91 minus $91. Yeah, because if we calculate like that, to be honest, it is $91. So guys, still $2,232.23 to raise today. Please keep donating or donate for the first time today if you haven't donated yet. And buy the tickets for the raffle of this beautiful patch of the 25th Brigade provided by Lila, who was gifted these patches. Well, there are two of them. One is on my board and this one is for you guys, by the guys who you also helped, who you raised funds for. The equipment, actually, for them, to be precise. So yeah, that's the stuff that we have on the raffle this week. Please send your donations. Let's raise that 3,000 that we aimed for this on this stream. We almost made the third of it, 1/3. Great result. Okay. Fantastic. So guys, I want to talk about the fundraisers we currently have. I actually had a request. It was the day before yesterday, but I forgot to put it in the description of this stream. It is a request for a small fundraiser from Serhiy, from the, oh my god, the separate presidential brigade of Bogdan Khmelnytsky. Well, named after Bogdan Khmelnytsky, because Bogdan Khmelnytsky unfortunately passed away in 17th century and he cannot own the brigade or command it, you know what I mean. So let me quickly find that link and add the progress bar on the screen. I think it's important for everyone to see what we are actually raising funds for and what is the goal sum of money on that fundraiser. So working on it right now. Give me, I don't know, a minute maybe. What's that? Working on it right now. Yeah, this is the current stream and a different browser. Great. So this is going to be, so we raise funds for, let me think, what is that? Not think, but check. Once again, so it's not going to take long. Please bear with me 1 minute, guys. Raising funds for A. And there's a list there. I'm checking it. So they need 4 things, and we're actually raising funds. Mark Sangeman, thank you very much for 10 gifted memberships, but it's going to be refunded to you. Please buy Super Chat instead, because memberships are not being given to rollers today. This fucking membership system doesn't work today on my channel. I bet on other channels it works. But maybe dudes who use copyrighted music don't deserve to have any memberships. I don't know. I'm one of them. So, yeah, previous stream was blocked, so that's a new link. And it was blocked because I used the copyrighted music, which was strictly copyrighted, because some copyrighted music easily gives what? It easily gives the right to have your video on or live stream. It just takes the monetization away. Heroям Slava, Stephanie Chandler, welcome. Welcome everyone. So guys, that, yeah, please try to buy super chats instead of gifted memberships today, since this is the only way, or super stickers too. This is the only way I can earn on YouTube today. Cass, I also want to ask you if you were refunded already, and if you can buy super chats, if it's available for you, because in my country, for example, it's not available. I cannot buy super chats on other channels. That's just So I'm curious if it works for you. And Mark Sangerman, also, what about you? Is this available? Is this option available for you at all? Thank you. So guys, in this one we are raising funds for the tires, for the separate presidential brigade. Then the autonomous heating system for the car, which is strange, right? The summer is coming, but in the night it's still cold, and they have to sleep in the car because they're, I don't know why, but Serhiy in particular has to sleep in the car. So he asked us to help with that system, so that system can work without the car being jump-started. So basically, it's an autonomous heating. They can just, how do you call that? So, like, fuck, how do you call, just put the car down, like, turn it off. Turn it off and keep heating themselves. Yeah, even with that. So that's it. Okay. And also they need a generator, but it's expensive. It's going to cost them 67,000 hryvnias. So I asked to to divide this big fundraiser for two fundraisers. This one is going to be for 35,000, and the next one is going to be for 67,000. So this one is tires and car autonomous heating for the separate presidential brigade. That's how I asked them to call it. So just give me a second. I'll put it on the screen. It's going to be fast, because today I'm not super focused, but I'm working fast. Look at this. Tires plus car AH, which is autonomous heating for separate presidential brigade. That's it. Okay. I'm looking for what? I'm looking at the donations at the moment, and I need to mention 4 of them on my PayPal. Andreas Lach, greetings all you supporters of Ukraine. Love and respect. Thank you so much. $50 tickets for you, right, Andreas? Kathy S., $50 donation. Ukraine will rise as Russia falls. 2 tickets for me and 3 for Fuzzy. Yeah, more people started buying Fuzz. Nothing seems to be working, Rick. Yeah, that's my life. Well, no, that's not what I should say. Take that, YouTube. $10 super chat, Cass. Thank you, Cass. So yeah, my life is pretty good, guys. I cannot complain. It's just too many obstacles on my way. Usually, like, buy me a coffee, it just stops becoming an option and stuff like that. Okay, Andreas, got it. Fuzzy says I have 8 pairs of tires that was donated, and even have the spares from the NAFA truck. We stored them in the safe house in Kharkiv. So you won't need to buy the new ones. Next donation, $100 from Tuna Ottoson for car for Ukraine, 5 tickets for Andreas, 5 for me. Done. $115 donation from Cheryl. Rollers helping rollers, car for Ukraine, Pisanki campaign, tickets for Fuzzy. Thank you very much. Did I say it? $115 from Cheryl. So easy to calculate. It's minus 50, minus 50, minus 100 and minus 115, and just now there was $20, so we still need to raise $1,897.23. Thank you. And that donation was from Mark Sengaman, $20. Two, please. Thanks. Thank you very much, Mark. And I'm happy that Super Chat worked for Cass. So guys, if you're just joining the stream, Super Chats are working. The gifted memberships are not working today. So if you want to support me, please buy Super Chats or Super Stickers instead, because that's the only way that works today. Okay, so one more reminder. This patch of the 25th Airborne Brigade is on the raffle this week. You can buy tickets for it. As always, one ticket is $10. You can buy as many of them as you want. Thank you. Okay, so one more donation. It's Pyra Kurt, and he says, Slava Ukraini z Velikotnem. 2 tickets. Heroям Slava, my friend. Happy Easter to you too. Rick, Fuzzy's last message. Let me see. I can give them to the guys who need them, depending on the size. Yeah, the size is what I can ask right now. Give me a second. I'm asking him right now. Wait. R15, I guess, or P15. I think it's R. Give me a second. I'll tell you for sure. Where the hell is it? Yeah, R15S or P15C, maybe. I don't know. He used Ukrainian there, so it could be also like the translate. The NATO ones are R16. Yeah, you see he needs the smaller tires. Unfortunately, it won't fit, right? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. So we still need to raise those $500 for those tires. The goal for that is like for those 3 items, the autonomous heating, the how do you call that? Lengthener? I'm not sure. It's the thing that you can plug the cord on one side, and in 20 meters or 25, I guess, there's going to be like the mother plug, so you can plug something in there. So I'm not sure if lengthener is the word, but yeah, you probably understand what I talk about. So these 3 pieces will cost them 35,000 hryvnias. Well, actually 6 pieces, to be honest, because there's going to be 4 tires, right? And yes, that is gonna cost 35,000. So that's a small fundraiser. I really hope to close it this week. Extended lead extension. Thank you. Not the lengthener. Yeah, obvious. So 2 more donations. $30 from Wizard of Ooze, who says 2 secular Easter quotes for you today. 1, Dolly Parton said, I still believe in Santa, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, and true love. Don't even try to tell me different. And from an unknown author, if you see a rabbit laying little brown eggs, don't eat them. It's not chocolate. Nice one. Thank you, Wizard of Ooze. Next one, $50 from Agnes K. Agnes, thank you so much for your donation. I haven't seen you here in a while. Welcome back. Nikki Hill, $50, tickets to Rollers. Haji, thank you very much for that super chat. He says, free all Ukrainians from Russian captivity. Return all Ukrainian children. Heroям Slava. Yeah, man, thank you for that. Wish it is really something that has to be done. I keep calculating -30, -50, -50. Okay, we're slowly but surely moving to our goal, which is $3,000 tonight. Okay, hearing Rick laugh at that is best reward. Yeah, man. But the first one was good too. I like it. I'm back. Hey, Alvin Archer, how you doing? Tons of love to Haji from Tuna. Betty Jean, by the way, where are you from? I'm curious. Because I see you here recently in the chat. Prometheus UA said a really weird week for me. A stream got blocked because of me. It said 2 times there. Sorry. A few days ago, over 10 shaheeds hit just 300 meters away, 1,000 feet, but not even a single window broke. Huh, interesting. And the stream did not get banned because of you, man. Yeah, it got blocked because of the copyright, and you could not know that this song will cause that. Usually, I tell you, most of the songs, they cause just like the copyright claim, and I just cannot monetize my video, so demonetization. But in this case, it was different, and who could have known? Like, you could not know that, so that's totally okay. Hi Ricky, you so fine. Thank you, the real Bozo Trump. The real Bozo Trump would not compliment me. He would have said, look at this man, he doesn't have a card. He doesn't can't fuck. Okay, so I actually need to invite Anna and Dylan now. If Dylan is able to join, we'll see. But I'm gonna send him the link. Let me create the Google Meet meeting. Okay. Yep, I'm ready to send the link to Anna. Almost there, guys. Almost there. What about Dylan? I think I need to find Dylan on Discord. Okay, so my friends, Rick isn't wearing a suit. Exactly. This doesn't look like a short, and of course there's no jacket on it, so it definitely doesn't count. Okay, sent it to Anna. It's just a matter of minutes when she joins, or maybe even seconds. So guys, I welcome everyone who hasn't been here for a while, or have been here on almost every stream lately, or even on every stream lately. You are all welcome. I'm happy that I still have the energy to keep kicking, and I think I will have some energy left in me until the end of this war. So it's totally okay to feel what I feel. You know what I feel probably lately. I'm new here from DGG and Anna. Hey, hello Wellama. Where are you from, Wellama? And okay, Dylan did not know when it will be. So yeah. Okay, so Norway. Awesome. That's cool. We have some Norway rollers here, Norwegian rollers, like Tuna Ottesen. She will speak some Norwegian to you, I'm sure. So yeah, why I say rollers? These are Rick rollers. We have this thing in community. We Rick roll people, of course, but most importantly, we're never gonna give each other up. Never gonna let each other down. Never gonna run around and desert you, you know, all that stuff. So this is our thing. This community is very dedicated, very caring, and very, very, I would say, decent people. Yeah, people in this community are very decent, and they really care about Ukrainian soldiers, because I'm raising funds for Ukrainian soldiers all the time. Just like Anna. And yeah, I'm raising it with them, with rollers. And they keep donating and donating, and they are unstoppable. We are unstoppable, and I'm so happy for it. Thank you guys. I love you. Thank you all, Wallama said. Norwegians in Ukraine are not newcomers. They've been here for over 1,000 years. Yeah, a lot of our ancestors were Norwegians. And yeah, we share a lot of common blood, I must tell you. Maybe that's why we often look alike. Mrs. T, hello, or Miss T. Yeah, it's Miss probably, because there's no R there, right? MRS is Mrs. and MS is Miss, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so I'd better not guess. Anna, I like the green best so far, though. Okay, so guys, I ask you to keep donating to my PayPal, because we still need to raise $1,747.23. Thank you. And I just got the donation from Laura S. She donated $200. As every Sunday, all tickets for rollers, and many thanks to McPigeon for his generosity. Happy Easter to everybody. Happy Easter, my friends. And McPigeon, are you there in the chat? Guys, I remind you that McPigeon put the flag back on the raffle, and Laura S. won it. So she's sharing all the tickets with you rollers today. And that's pretty cool. Wizard of Ooze, Rick, I asked if they could guess Anna's hair color for me to get another donation. Well, it's easy to guess it, because she sent me one of the current photos for the thumbnail. So on the thumbnail, she's with her current color. And I am minusing 200 from Laura. Guys, we already reached 50% of the needed sum of money for this stream. We're on $1,547 more dollars and 23 cents to raise. So almost half. It's just like, what, 49% raised. Good job, guys. Plus for blue team, Sir Garrick says. You mean Democrats? Just curious. What do you mean when saying blue team? Okay. Anna is not joining for some reason. It was like she said, okay, I am joining in. She just read the message. Now she sees the link and type in something. Mods, Rick. Mods. The blue team. The blue names of the moderators. Got it. Yeah, she says 1 minute. Okie dokie. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna work on the sheet for a bit while she's here, while that minute lasts. So not much I will be able to do here, but at least something. It's already better. So guys, give pluses to the chat to get the free tickets for this beautiful patch of the 25th Brigade. I just wanted to start saying, look at this beautiful patch. Look how beautiful it is. We had this patch, and there was a patch of the 25th Brigade. Beautiful, amazing patch. And it's really annoying to hear that man in my head, but he keeps talking there. He keeps saying, you don't have the cards. Awesome patch, indeed. So, I need to work on this a bit. So, you see, Nikki is giving you the tickets for those pluses. She's putting your names there. So keep giving the pluses to get those beautiful, amazing tickets for that fantastic badge. So, wow. Really, Rick? Are you gonna go that way? Okay. I am looking for the first donation. After Brian, it was Johanna. So she said 6 tickets to me and 6 to moderators, as always. Okay, Johanna, as always, as you wish. Okay, so that's 6, and the 7th is gonna be the start off from Johanna. It's that simple. Okay, so 6 here. So $120 from Johanna, but this one is for moderators, right? That was her wish, mods. By the way, Brian R said he donated $200 before the stream and said, raffle tickets, half for me and half for rollers. Not sure if I can make it to the stream today. Family gathering for Easter, so Brian R may not be joining today, but he sent a donation. Anyway, thank you very much, Brian, if you're listening to this in recording. I hope you have a great Easter. Okay, Dylan says I'll be there in 5. So yeah, he's gonna be joining soon. And we're walking. It's not a tour, guys, but I do give them sometimes. Yeah, if you come to Ukraine, I can show you some Kyiv. Hey, Chris, how you doing? We have Christopher in Ukraine saying Christos Voskres, Oistino Voskres. And yeah, even though I don't really believe in Christ, I still am not what, an atheist, I think. I'm not sure. I'm somewhere in the middle. Rick, your PayPal doesn't seem to be in the description, just Patreon based on Donatello. What do you mean, Stefan? It should be there. Let me see. Let me check it right now. Hey, Nils G. Knudsen is a stinger for 19 months. That's crazy. Thank you. Crazy good. I mean, by the way, guys, I remind you, if you wanted to gift any memberships today, they won't work. Please buy super chats or super stickers if you want to support me, because gifted memberships are not being given today. Kevin asks, thank you very much for that super chat, $10. Take my money while it's still worth something before the USD turns into monopoly money. Yeah, by the way, I've seen the news that Trump is about to start crypto game based like on Monopoly or something. It's like a board game about crypto, Monopoly style. So that might be actually not a game, but the whole economy of the United States, I assume. So it could be that. Okay, Anna is joining. Amazing. Hello, Anna.
Hello, hello.
How you doing?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
It's just Google Meet always doesn't want to turn on my camera. I don't know why, but it took me a while to figure out how to fix it. What do you want?
Discord is not that stable usually. It doesn't show the camera of one of the participants, so I switched to Google Meet and I use it lately.
For me, Google Meet really like works very funky. I don't know. Every time I try it, you also I hear you, but it's like you're a little bit of a robot. I don't know if it's my issue or your issue.
I think not
Like,
mine. But
strange.
what can I know?
Static shit. Static noises like with your voice, which ruins all the ASMR qualities I will be getting today.
Shit. So ASMR qualities, you really got used to that kind of rig or what?
Yes, static ruins it. Okay, I'm just saying. I don't know what is wrong. I have like my headphones and they work. Like what's not good?
Yeah, because I think people on the stream can hear me well. You know, we can actually maybe try Discord this time and see if it works properly. Let's try, right? What do you think? To make it better for you and have the ASMR experience, the full one.
We can try, but because I don't know how to fix this, I can, deal with the static, but it's just you're like literally talking with a clicking of electricity and static every time you speak.
That's shit.
Yeah,
That's
so
shit. Let's try Discord. Are you there?
disconnecting from this, yeah, and then on Discord.
First, no, wait, don't disconnect yet. I just want to create the group real quick to see if I have you there.
I think you do. I think we spoke on Discord at least one time.
Yeah, found you. Great. And I just need to call you there. Yeah, so you can hang up here and we'll just add Dylan there.
Yeah, let's try.
Let's try that.
I'm blind as a bat, so I don't see what is happening.
Why are you blind as a vet?
I am blind, not legally, but you know, my
Illegally.
eyesight isn't that good, let's say. Yeah. Fuck, I turned off how do I disconnect?
Just
Wait a
press the
second.
red button in Google Meet.
No, I just lost the yeah, I found it. Yeah, disconnect.
Okay. Let's see if it works better on. How do I turn off this sound? I wonder. Today her hair is black. I think it's just a light in her room. Ah shit, that sound of calling. Okay. Anna replied, so Anna, what about now?
Now you sound perfect.
Oh, you see.
So I don't know what the hell was happening there, but I do not see you though. I only see myself.
That's because I'm not demonstrating my camera. You should see me now.
Now I do. Based.
Awesome. Okay, great. Then I just need to invite Dylan here. So he connect whenever he's ready. And the call-in started again. Yeah, that shit. So guys, I don't know how to turn off the sound there. Give me a second. No, that's the... Mute myself or something. Sorry for that. And the volume is low. I'll increase it there, don't worry. Okay, yeah, when Anna says you're gone, yeah, that's because you're gone, Rick, I mean. Wait, just join the call. In this group chat. Okay. Sorry guys for the technical difficulties. That shit happens. Ooh, my ears. So it was that loud. I am sorry. I apologize for that. Not a good thing, definitely. But what can you do with that? Not much.
I was like, where is he? What's happening? Everything was fine and he disappeared.
Okay, so how do I show my camera so you could see me here? But because on Discord, like, oh my god, I'm lagging bad. Am I lagging for you too?
No, not at all.
Okay, I stopped lagging for myself too. No problem. Okay, then what I gotta do, let me think. Yeah, you could see me here. Okay, Dylan connects later, so I'm just gonna display him there. I can do the pop out. Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm gonna be working on that to show you on the screen too. Please tell us, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I have like the busiest month ever. Not ever, but pretty busy because I have been like so many new people like now added to my volunteer work. And I had like there's a I sort of joined 113 Territorial Brigade.
Wow.
Yeah, not even sort of, actually, like sort of officially, but I'm not doing like actual like war stuff, but I now have like permission to be there with them and to like deliver stuff to them, and also I'm like a part of their gang essentially now. It's a temporarily contract that I can. Yeah, I can,
You
show you.
disappeared. The sound from your mic disappeared for a second. It's
Now it is?
basically a contract.
Yeah.
Wow.
Actual real soldier over here. I'm joking. I'm territorial defense, not a still a civilian technically.
Uh-huh.
But But yeah, so that happened. I went to their positions, and I don't know if you saw some pictures of that. You did. You actually posted the on the thumbnail. Yeah, so I
Yeah.
went there like with Devin, a friend of mine, and we were like filming actual like anti-air equipment. Got permission to do that, which is rare because most
Hmm.
people obviously don't want to show off like anti-air to anyone, just
Yeah.
anyone for obvious reasons. So we got that pretty cool access to that. Spoke with Commander Mahno, who is one of the Romanian cyborgs from
Hmm.
Donetsk airport, who is still alive. So very cool
Wow.
dude. Yeah, spoke with him, did an interview for Kiev Post. They posted it, so David will post his own like article about it on his how it's called, offbeat research, I think it's called, the thing he works with. So yeah, so I then delivered to them two power banks, huge ones like that are very powerful enough to like charge drones and stuff, and then also monitor. And their van we were actually driving in, me and Devin and the guys, actually got exploded the very next day. So
Hmm.
I got them another one as well. So that has been like pretty busy. And also I worked with Dusha Kharkiv, which are a group of volunteers that do cooking for soldiers, civilians, and also like people in hospitals in Kharkiv. And they also do this pretty cool thing that they, when there's a strike in Kharkiv, they arrive at the place of the strike and they give people like food, coffee, tea, blankets, like things that in
Hmm.
that stressful situation they might need. And they do those things like a daily, because strikes are pretty much daily. And
Yeah.
sometimes multiple times per night they have calls to get there on the spot. And they have been like double tapped by Russia multiple times because they arrive and then it's another hit and things like that. So they do pretty awesome stuff. And they also didn't have a car that they needed for fundraisers they did. And there was like this volunteer Anna Zhuk, I don't know if you know her, but she was like doing pretty big fundraisers in Kharkiv. She was like mostly on Instagram in terms of like her following. But
Hmm.
she unfortunately died in a car accident.
Oh.
So since she died, there wasn't really anyone who could, help them that much. They have foreign investors that dropped off
Hmm.
a year ago, so they stopped basically assisting them. By the way, I will tell the reason. The reason is so cringe because they found out that they also help soldiers.
Ah.
So
Shit.
yeah, I cannot hide that shit. I gotta say, but so they kind of like they were from Austria, so Germany, Austria, they always do that shit.
Uh
They
huh.
like they want to help civilians, but they have absolutely no desire to help people who actually help protect civilians. So
Yeah.
it's just pretty awful, but it happened. So I ended up covering for them
Hmm.
and then visited them when they were doing Paschi. Paschi is like Easter cake, right, in English, I think.
Yeah.
And there was like a lot of very fun stuff. There was like a priest there who was like doing the whole holy water situation. I'm not a religious person, so I really like don't
Uh
care.
huh.
But it's more of a cultural thing than
Yeah. Yeah.
really. And the priest was an extremely funny dude. He had like the craziest stories and was hitting on every lady there. So it was really funny. I had a lot of fun
Wait,
with
who
that.
was hitting Devon?
The priest, the
Ah,
priest. No,
okay.
David is a gentleman. Okay, that priest wasn't. So it was just very funny. And I posted a video. I don't know if you can show it maybe to the people like on Twitter that he
Yeah.
splashed everyone with water, like 10 times more water than needed. So he would just splash, 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 and people would be like, priest, that you only need like a one drop essentially, like on a person's face, and he's like, no more, the more the merrier. Be blessed. And I tried to basically do this, like dodge the water.
Uh
And I was
huh.
like, I cannot get it on my face because I have makeup and I have like photo session I need to do later. And he was
Hmm.
like, it doesn't matter. You will earn more money because of my blessing. So, it's just very, it
Cringy.
was, I mean, not really. It was funny. He was like
Okay.
running around trying to splash me with water. So it was like kind of like a little bit childish in something you need sometimes,
Uh
just
huh.
They have been working like themselves to the bone because of the old drone strikes in Kharkiv and ballistics that we recently got that killed 5 people and then killed more people as well later on. So a lot of people injured as well. So they have like a very difficult time, sleep, nothing, just going all those places trying to help people there. So a little fun, of making Easter cakes and just running around with water is just something that people could use, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely, considering all the strikes that are happening and all this amazing truth, so-called, that is
Oh,
not
yeah,
being followed at all.
I just been actually interviewed just now before I hopped on your stream with BBC, and they were just talking about the ceasefire, basically, true ceasefire. Like, what's my opinion? And I kept it polite, okay? I didn't swear or anything, but I expressed how little actually anyone cares about that ceasefire thing in both Ukraine and Russia and Europe and literally everywhere, I think. Oh, hello, Dylan.
Hi, Dylan.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
Hey.
No worries. We were dealing with technical difficulties, so it's totally fine. Dylan, how are you doing?
It's been a rough year all around, but I'm trudging forward, and next Friday I'm flying back overseas, so I'm en route to Ukraine. So I'm gonna get back to work soon. I'm gonna be working with Devin, my new cameraman. Anna's very familiar with them, mutual friend of ours. It's gonna be good. I'm excited to get back to work, and yeah. So I'm trying to keep busy with all the news because it's a little overwhelming.
Well, it's understandable.
You tell us. We are also following all of this shit show, so it's not just you, okay? You're suffering with us in spirit.
We're
You cannot
suffering
hear,
together.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to say that I also know Devin. We've been hanging out on Free Azov with him, and also did a coffee shop stream together. And he was my cameraman today.
I just spoke with him, and he said that he was with you today as well. Yeah.
So Rollers also know him, and we hang out with him. He's a great guy.
Did he do a good job, or should I fire him?
Well, actually, I did not watch the material yet, so I don't know. So give me a day or two, okay?
Got you. Employment pending.
Stop being mean to my bestie, okay? It's not allowed.
I am just joking.
We call it
around,
hazing.
You call it what?
Hazing.
Hazing. Oh, what the hell is that?
When people like join a fraternity or people join an organization, people are very mean to you at the start. There might be like a hazing ritual, like they beat you or something. And some like military organizations, they have that. So I think light insults is pretty mild hazing when we're talking about a war zone employment.
Rough housing sort of thing, yeah. I like.
Yes, yeah, like rough housing.
That I know. Hazing, I didn't know. New word achieved today and learned.
Yeah, for me too. Thank you, Dylan. Guys, I quickly...
Dylan educating Ukrainians over here.
Fantastic. The only transatlantic relationship advantage we're getting right now.
Yeah, true. Indeed. Guys, I want to quickly mention 2 super chats. Hello, Rollers, Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava John in that regard. Thank you for that super chat. 22 Norwegian kronas. And $22 from You Know They Exist, with love and admiration for Anna on Easter. Thank you. All the best from Peter Labelle, $5 Canadian. By the way, guys, I don't know if you have that bug. Dylan, you also stream on YouTube, right? Do you have the bug, or maybe it's some restriction for my channel? I don't know, because I did not hear it from any other YouTubers, that gifted memberships are not being given to people. They just stuck. So basically, people gift memberships, and it's not listing the people that is given to, and then it's just refunded to the person who bought it.
I've never gotten a complaint about that.
So yeah, I get it all the time for the last at least half a year. Sometimes it stops for a month or two, and then like for the last few days. So it might be some shadow demonetization, I don't know, from YouTube or something. That shit. So It
My
doesn't
goodness.
work today. It doesn't
The
work
Russian
today.
cabal runs deep.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, guys, if you wanted to buy some memberships today, don't do it. Only super chats and super stickers work right now. And it's not available for all the countries. For example, I just said that, and Elvin Archer bought 5 gifted memberships. Man, it's not working. And in some countries...
He wanted to test it out.
What?
He wanted to test it out.
Oh,
He
yeah.
believes in active
Once
science.
again. Because it's been tested many times today already. Well, anyway,
He sacrificed himself today to test it, a noble sacrifice.
a noble sacrifice.
Kamikaze donation.
Yeah.
Kamikaze donation, yeah. We have kamikaze drones, why not, kamikaze donations
That's
to
a
add
good
in the
one.
mix.
Guys,
Yeah.
I want to mention a few donations that came to my PayPal. $100 from Tuna Ottoson, Make Fuzzy and his Bros in Arms See in the Dark. 3 tickets for David 47, 3 for Andreas, and 4 for me. Yeah, guys, that's the raffle item this week. Patch of... Do you know this brigade, guys?
Don't actually.
I'm going to swing and say 92nd, but I don't think I'm right.
You're close because it's an airborne brigade, but not close in
Yeah.
numbers because there's one airborne brigade that has numbers pretty far from the other ones.
Tickets
No, I don't
plus
know.
Rick.
Can't remember. I haven't worked with them.
25th Airborne Brigade, these guys.
25th.
Cool.
So, that's on the raffle this week, and people, rollers, are sharing tickets. They're also people, yes. But, just Tuna shared a lot of her tickets with others. Thank you, Tuna. $50 from Wella. Have a nice Easter, everyone. Here's a little from me for the fundraisers. Tickets 2 for me, rest for rollers. So 3 for rollers, 2 for her. $17.30 from Stefan Nemo. Rick's hard work. Thank you. But you mean it's a donation. It's not for me, right? Stefan, I hope so. Because, what? And specify about the tickets. I can give you an exclusive one for $7.30 as an exception. Yeah, but because one ticket is $10, but we can do that sometimes. Wizard of Ooze, $10 donation. A Wizard of Ooze poem. I guess there is in Anna's hair a little tint of blue. So now I will donate more, as I said I would do. Let's not...
I don't want you to stop donating, but there is no blue there. I mean, I just gotta be honest. It's like green.
It's just dark.
green.
Anna, it's
Yeah,
dark
very
in your room. Can you shed more light on your hair so we could see the color better?
Oh, I don't know, dude. It's not like it's
Yeah,
green.
now we can
Oh,
see
no,
it's
that's,
green.
yeah, that's a green.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
you... Because, Anna, with that light in, it seems really black or like dark blue. Oh,
it's
not
pretty
blue.
dark. I can probably like add more. Wait, no, that's not it. I don't know.
Yeah, now it's green.
I'm not-
Now it's green.
I mean, that's too bright, but yeah, it is green. It's just dark green, basically.
Well, your
So,
face
sorry.
is shining now. Keep it up.
Yeah. Sorry to that guy. He had been duped
Uh,
by the lights. Yeah,
That's
it's-
not the end of that message. Wait, let's not speak too much of Trump, though he's just an Easter poo.
Well,
but it was like
I
poo. We need the poo, not the turd, Yeah, that's
yeah.
what he said. Thank you guys for keep donating, and we still need to raise. It's actually easy to calculate because 100 minus 50 minus 1730 minus 10, we still need to raise $1,369.93 tonight, and this is from 3,000 guys. So in less than 1 hour, we raised almost $1,700. This community is crazy. Thank you guys for all your donations. So, what you guys would like to talk about? You are my guests, of course. I'm as a host and the moderator, so to say, should ask you questions, and I have some questions. But maybe there are some topics or news you wanted to address yourselves.
First of all, I want to show you this. I don't know if you can really see that well,
Mhm.
but it's I have been gifted this from the drone team. It's like the gilza, like a shell of the shell of the bullet. No, it's not a bullet. It's like a big ass like thing they use to take down drones. And this one actually took down one drone heading for Kharkiv. So yeah, that was
Nice.
pretty cool. Yeah, I had like a fuck ton of cool gifts recently, but but I'm not selling them. I'm hoarding them
Mhm.
like a dragon. They're mine, okay? I have like a new actually place to keep them, which is from I think it's from Heimers or something like that. The package it's like a box from munitions, and they painted it with flowers and like birds and everything, like Ukrainian aesthetic art. And I keep it in that like military box that is covered with flowers. All my stuff that people give me, and it's kind of cool. I have showed it off. People really liked it. So yeah, that's kind of yeah. What's your question, Rix? What do you want to talk about?
Well, actually, I already asked it, but okay. I want to say it to Dylan. Dylan, I apologize that I did not reach out, and I know that you lost a house, that it burned down, and I did not even say I'm sorry. I know it's not my responsibility, or what? It's not me. It was not me, Dylan. But I am still sorry for that shit that happened to you, and can you please tell me a bit more, because that's all that I know, if you want to talk about it, of course.
Sure, I can talk about it. I don't know how much detail you want, but there was 2 explosions in my bedroom that burnt down my house pretty quick. My house pretty quickly in about 3 minutes. It was very
Oh,
quick.
shit.
There was not really enough time to move anything out. I lost just about everything I owned. Lost all my cameras. I lost every single piece of memorabilia ever brought from Ukraine. I lost my mother's urn, which was probably the most personally devastating. And it sucked because when you were digging through like the house's ashes, I could tell where the house started and like she started because the ashes were of a different coloration, and so it was really difficult to like dig through everything. I lost my cat I had since I was 7, which was pretty awful because that cat lived through everything. It was old.
Shit.
Which I mean, I guess is a consolation. It kind of like curled up at the foot of my my armchair too, so I think it was like waiting for me, which also hurt a lot. I tried to get the bunny out of the window because there was also like a family bunny, but I burnt myself going in. I still got the scar from it, and I wasn't able to get the bunny. And so I lost just about everything I had. I lost my childhood home, which I was living in with another family member because we were just, I would pay half, he would pay the other half, and it's very strange in the United States. There's this conception of kind of like you shouldn't live with family, especially if you're young. It's kind of like seen as kind of like loser dynamics. But in Eastern Europe, I see so many people still living with their babushkas, still living with their family members, and keep them close. And every month I'm in the United States, I want to be near my family because I'm in the United States like 3 months, and I want to spend as much time with them as possible. So it was really like hard to just for this short period I get to be with my family, to go through this family tragedy. And I don't think I'll repeat this again. But you're both my close personal friends, and this is a very small stream. But also, like, I lost the man who raised me like 2 weeks ago, and I had to bury him last Friday, and it was really difficult. I tried to keep it generally private because I don't want it to be like a big public performance. So it's just been like a really hard year personally, but it's there's a lot of work we still need to get done. So I'm still determined to come back to Ukraine, get back to work, get back on the front line as soon as possible. Because my grandfather, who raised me, was very proud of my work, and I feel that I should keep at it.
Man, I'm so sorry to hear all that, because it's not just a house, it's your cat, and now the man who raised you. It's really yeah, it's really
It's been weird. It's been a bad year. That's
shitty.
all.
Yeah.
But hope the rest is better.
I wrote to Dylan a little bit when the things happened, and I also feel a little bit awkward saying I'm sorry because this is not something we say in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Like we only say sorry for things we actually did. So if you step on someone's foot, you can say, "Oh, I'm sorry," But I like my condolences. It kind of like works for me in English because
Yeah.
I think it. Yeah. So I'm very. I was actually like when I saw it, I was like very shocked because I just it's just so like I don't know, it's just very sad to me that the better people I met, are getting through things that are that are so horrible. And I joked a little bit about Dylan having a Ukrainian experience in the United States because because it's like just nothing like that like happened thankfully here. But it's kind of like I think we can relate more than most people about like things burning and getting destroyed and childhood things getting lost and all of that.
Yeah.
I also have my own father's ashes in the urn as well, so I immediately pictured that obviously what would happen actually if a strike was to happen on my like place. I would, and even if we live right, we will probably lose it as well. So yeah, it's just pretty. My bunny actually also died, but from old age.
Well, no,
Uh,
the bunny. I didn't know. Really?
yeah, yeah, we tried like our
Oh
best.
God.
Yeah, but he was like getting worse and we like wasted like a lot of time, I guess, didn't address it on time, but still he was like 13, which is pretty old for a bunny. And but it was kind of especially sad because we tried our best and there have been improvement in his health, but still, and he was like dying very like long for a long time, all night he was like basically just passing away, like making noises and things like that. We just sat basically with him entire night. And so no more Ponchik. Sad to say.
My condolences then to both
Yeah.
of you.
Yeah, my
Yes.
condolences.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be like sad because he lived a very long life for a bunny, so it's not like we did a bad job on that. But but still, losing a little friendo is not fun. And he also been through so much shit in the last years of his life, like being we kind of had to leave him for a while when we left Kharkiv, then we took him to Poltava, then we returned to Kharkiv with him, and he was like so old that I don't think he actually heard the explosions that much. I mean, I think like his hearing just wasn't as great as it used to be. So yeah, but yeah, Bunny didn't really had the best old age as many other animals and people in Ukraine, I guess. So
Tune Otteson says, I know about a bunny who reached 19. That's crazy old for a bunny. Yeah, I guess so.
yeah, that's probably some record shit because the actual lifespan of that breed of my bunny was like 9 tops. So he lived like 4 or 5 years longer than usually they tend to. So yeah, 19 is like a immortal bunny. He made some deal with someone, okay, that bunny, because it's way too long, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. So Dylan, I can imagine that you were supported by your relatives and friends, and you found a place to live. And how is it after that shit happened?
Well, they're gonna have to tear down the old house, and we're gonna have to build it all from scratch because it was a total loss. So for now, we're still living in the same town, but I'm living in a different like rental property that's paid for by the insurance. So because we did have insurance, and that's of course helpful, but because the man who raised me died, and the property was also in his name, or he owned a part of the property. It was owned by different members of the family, like percentage of like 2020, whatever. You get the idea. They have to like go to the bank and redo everything to get the insurance. So nobody's been able actually to collect any insurance money yet, except for the initial deployed money. But eventually, with time, we should be able to get everything, and it should be fine. And I'd like to move on, but I'll say one last thing, that walking through Ukraine and going through so many different destroyed homes and talking with so many people who have lost so much, and seeing how they've dealt with grief, seeing how they've survived and learned to live and deal with immediate crises following it. Because it's not like, oh, somebody died, we can all just take a moment to really process this for months on end. A lot of people deal with crises after crises after crises. I feel like I've been able to derive a certain amount of strength from that. And I feel like if I dealt with both of these things back to back without having gone to Ukraine, I don't really know how I could have processed it. And so it's I feel that it has been at least somewhat personally helpful.
Mm-hmm. That's good to hear. So yeah, you.
Like I said, that's why probably I when I saw it, I was like, it's very relatable, obviously, to people. It's kind of like a thing that you can really understand. But I'm so like still sad, obviously, that because so many fucking assholes and the best people get like the worst treatment from the universe. I don't know. It just upsets me on all levels, honestly. And I am still glad, obviously, that you will be returning and getting back to the thing. Your documents burned, right? The travel and stuff.
Yeah, I
you need
lost
to-
my
yeah.
passport and my ID in the fire, and it sucked because I had like a concert I was gonna go to. It was like Molcha Doma, which is like a Belarusian band based in LA. Against the war, against the invasion, can't go back to Belarus because of it. And I wanted to see their see their concert, and went in there, and the government gives you a paper ID. Like they print out a paper ID as an intermediary document. But you go anywhere and you say, "Here's my ID," and they pull out this document that says, "I am an ID," and it just has all my information on it. Nobody takes it. So every concert, every bar I've went to, I get the child stamp. I get treated like a child, and it sucked going to all these bars and such, or all these like I went to like a concert and a different event, and I had to child stamp twice. It was and each time I try the paper ID, which is worse than if I would have just taken the child stamp. Because looking at their faces, they look at this paper ID and look at me, with now thinking that I'm giving them a fake ID was worse than if I would have just taken the child stamp and said, "Sure, I'm 17. Why not?"
Too bad you don't have Dia over there, yeah? Like our Dia would work.
Mhm.
Like you can show your documents in the app, no problem, even if they are gone, like the physical thing. So yeah,
That would be
Ukraine,
useful, actually.
Ukraine W, I guess. Yeah. Did it took a long time to restore? I don't know how it works. Like here, it's relatively fast.
They,
You can-
I, it's just been the hits this year. They lost my ID in the mail.
Oh,
Shit.
seriously.
So there's somebody probably, I don't know, buying Ferraris under the name of Dylan Burns out in Las Vegas somewhere.
So
Fuck, dude.
how can you travel to Ukraine now? Or is it restored?
I had to go
already,
get
the
I had to
passport?
go pay for another ID because the way it works is I had to start my documents from scratch again, which is a lot more complicated than I actually first thought, because I needed to not only get the ID, and then the ID they lost in the mail, and I had to restart that, but I had to get the ID before I could even start the passport process, because they need a state ID in order to get a passport. And then I had to expedite that process, which also costs a whole lot of money because but you also can only book an expedited meeting if your flight is within 14 days. And so I had to wait until it was like, okay, now it's within 14 days of my flight. Now I can book a meeting. It was all very, very silly, but I was able to finally get it. And I'm going to be able to pick up my passport tomorrow, and I can fly out Friday. It's a very silly process, honestly.
So you're
Sounds like a
flying
pain.
flying to Ukraine already on Friday?
I'm flying out to Finland first. I want to spend like a week in the woods just alone with myself.
Awesome.
Oh, based. I envy that because I feel like at this time, 25, year 25, I need a vacation. Ironically, the one when you like are barricaded and nobody talks to you at all, like there's like no one around, and you just do this like I don't know how to say this in English, but it's like askeza. It's like something that monks do when you basically are completely isolated and
Ascetism?
out of.
Ascetism?
Yeah, maybe ascetism. I don't know. Like,
Dylan,
but
do you have
that's what I
such
mean.
word?
That's what I
Ascetism?
mean.
Escatism?
Yeah.
I don't know what
Love it.
escatism is, but
like
isolation.
It's
Yeah.
ascetism is like more like a philosophical thing. It's like something monks do. to
Uh-huh.
like be enlightened, essentially. So you
Oh, I
go.
get what you're saying. I know
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you're
yeah,
describing, but I don't know the word for it.
Huh.
no, it doesn't matter though. So that's what I need. I need to shave my head again, I guess, for that to be a full on monk. I did
Uh,
do it. It was comfy, okay, back in the day
you
before
did
like the
not do the shave, the hair shave?
I did do it. I had a shaved
What year
head.
was it?
Oh damn! It was a COVID
COVID times.
thing. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. And I tried it and I kind of liked it actually. I was expecting maybe I have some weird bumps on my head. Do you know like sometimes people remove hair and there's like their skull is a little bit like bumpy,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't have any bumps. Smooth skull.
Nice.
So yeah.
So you have the perfect skull for the bald hair. I mean,
It
bald
actually looks
head.
quite
Sorry, bald
Yeah.
hair is
Oh,
funny.
the female friends of mine were like freaking the fuck out, and they were saying like, that because women I guess shouldn't do it, but I didn't really care because I never had like a conventional hair. So but dudes actually were digging it. Let me tell you a little secret. I was getting so many stuff because I was like had like a lot of earrings. You could really see them when there's no hair, and like I was like decorating and stuff, and everyone was like digging it. Everyone was like, "Oh damn, that looks so fucking cool." So I didn't have any issues, quote unquote. Some people are worried about, but actually was the opposite. So I highly recommend anyone who, any girlies out there who are thinking about it but are afraid to do it. At least try it, okay? Yeah. It's also kind of fun because it makes you feel like, so many people, like, especially here, like more traditional about it, right? And they're like attached their femininity to their hair, essentially. And if you don't have a hair, then you don't really feel like a woman, I guess, which in my opinion is silly, and it really didn't change how I feel at all. And it was fun experiment, I guess.
Okay, here's my recommendation. All the women shave their hair, all the men grow it out, and that's the new
Yes,
dynamic.
let's do it. I approve. Yeah,
Mine is not very long, and I'm shaving it here, but
you can stay this way because you have like the UkrainianAna punk vibe that doesn't need to be touched. But I approve of Dylan's plan overall. Plus, we apparently are as Dugin recently said, the nation of transgenders. So
Oh, yeah.
might as well, gender band, do the gender band. Why not? What the fuck was he on? Like, what kind of mushrooms was he on when he decided to say it?
does
Yeah,
he
it
need
was-
to be on mushrooms? I mean, I think that
I
dude.
think it's more of a PCP comment.
Yeah, I honestly though, I feel even for him it was a bit weird.
Too much.
He or she, yeah, he goes on like Nazi rounds all the time, but this is just like a little bit like nation of transgenders. Like,
What the
brother,
fuck?
like chill out.
This feels
trying-
like the stuff Igor Girkin used to say in the angry segments on this podcast when he would just go on his like random rants. I mean, I think that sometimes after like spending so much time online speaking to alt media commentators and then seeing some of the pop philosophers, I realize, holy shit, there's no difference. There's no difference. This guy is just like another dude with a podcast. Oh my God.
Yes, he's a dude with a podcast. I actually only think that the reason why he actually said it is simply to appeal to MAGAs. Like, that's just my own personal opinion, because they are now trying to really appeal to Trump himself, but his administration, but also to his electorate, to his like audience, right? People who support him, and they are like obsessed with the whole trans thing for like zero reason, in my opinion. So because of that, it's just very convenient to talk about the worst thing. What's the worst thing? Okay, for MAGAs, trans bathrooms and trans people in sports. So let's say that Ukrainians are that essentially. This is all.
It's a huge upgrade from the start when it was like, look, the Ukrainians are witches. Ooh, spooky. They're on
Yeah,
their
but-
brooms. And
Burn them all.
that was never going to catch. But
Yeah,
Putin
this
at the
didn't
very
work.
start, though, he had a little glimpse of it. Remember at the very start of the speech, I think it was this hour-long, like, this is why invading Ukraine is actually historically sound, and he went on his Reddit rant. In there, he just threw out J.K. Rowling's name out of nowhere as like the society is canceling J.K. Rowling. Oh my God, I can't believe the legendary author of Harry Potter. By the way, which house is Putin in? Right, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff. Right? Is he a dedicated fan? No, he was reaching out on this issue because he knew that right wingers are like scared of trans people. So he just said randomly, basically, trans people. You know what I'm saying, America?
Yes,
That's basically what he
exactly.
did.
That's exactly what I think, and the Dugin decided to do now. It also like I don't know if you guys saw it, but probably you did. Timothy Snyder actually made this pretty legendary comment that Ukrainians are very like flexible in terms of hating them. If you don't like gays, call them all like gays. If you don't like Jews, call them all Jews. If you don't like Nazis, no, you can if you like Jews but you don't like Nazis, then call all Ukrainians Nazis, and it just you can just apply to any sort of thing to us. And now it's apparently transgender people because for some reason that's important. I mean, congrats, I guess, to Magas over there. So half the economy of the country is like in shambles. Global shit is going downstream, but at least they prohibited 2.5 trans people from participating in sports. Truly,
I mean,
huge
when you think
victory.
about it, like, I mean, the whole way MAGA perpetuates itself is through victim complex. I mean, oh, we got the elections lawless from us in 2020. Oh my God, I can't believe they did that. Oh, we got to deal with the woke and bring meritocracy back. So we need to elect Pete Hegseth, the drunkard, and Tulsi Gabbard, the moron, and RFK, the brain-wormed fool, into the top positions in fields they have no experience in. And all of these moronic policies are perpetuated by victim complex. So what better product to sell the MAGA base than a country you can turn into the enemy on any issue at any time? It's perfect.
Convenient. Convenient. I like how we have been woved into this whole like the narrative they have now about the freeloading, that everyone is like fucking them over. Europe is like using and abusing the United States. Everyone is living like glamorous and fabulous lives aside from United States, or rather like on the account of United States, because Europe is like fooling you with not buying things from you but selling things to you. Truly like high quality economical analysis over there. But the funniest thing to me is that you can also like nicely fit in Ukraine in that. You can say like, oh, those freeloaders. I got so many comments like that since Trump came to power in office. I usually got hate just from lefty Westerners. Like that's kind of like what I used to get, like Banderite, Nazi, whore, whatever the fuck, right? But now I get also from the right winners in America. Now I get I don't get Banderite. I don't really care about that. But they're like, you are like a freeloader, gypsy, whore, give us our money back. And you're like, oh, you. I'm getting it from all sides now, not just leftoids. That's kind of funny. But yeah, it's been a minute, okay? I just hate so much that we have been thrusted in every fucking issue in the United States and used in every conversation. You can't have like the damn podcasters and YouTubers and political media people have a conversation without talking about Ukraine or like spitting Russian propaganda 24/7. Pretty horrible stuff. Got only worse in my opinion. Yeah.
Anna, you
Ukraine
mentioned
hate mongering truly floats above the political spectrum.
Yep. Fun times.
So, guys, sorry, I want to come back to the previous topic. Anna said that you feel like this year you need a vacation. Yeah. So I am dealing with some burnout lately, and I want to ask you if you already also facing something like that, considering that you work your ass off.
I actually did have that like just about like couple months ago. I will say like I felt like this strong sense of like burnout, and I didn't have like any energy. I saw you both know I spoke with you about it. I have like pretty fucking horrible insomnia situation that doesn't get any better.
Yeah.
So I just felt like I don't have like this pool of energy with me anymore I can draw from. So I was like actually, not to sound like useless and stupid, but I actually had problems like getting out of bed, unironically. So that was like, I also have some personal troubles that I will not be talking about, but I had like a lot of things at the same time. And I was like hoping it will get better and I can go back on track, and I'm happy to report that it did. Got better. So I just got so many projects, new things I'm like working with, and so many like cool stuff, especially with the volunteer group I talked with you about, and the 113 brigade. I'm very fond of them, very attached to them, and with all I also managed to raise almost $1 million this month. So it's you hryvnias you are, but it's quite good.
Yeah,
So I was
awesome.
like very yeah, I was very happy with all of that, and I think I'm very very tired as per usual, but it hyped me up in terms of my burnout. I think I'm over it, like over the feeling like useless and like energyless, if that's a word. So I think it like comes and goes. Most volunteers I talk about speak about that feeling, that having like burnout sometimes, and feeling like nothing is really changing, or like what you're doing isn't really bringing that much change or altogether. But I would say to anyone literally who is doing some sort of volunteer work in Ukraine, just to look at the faces of people you get stuff to, just concentrate on that, concentrate on how grateful they are, their like smiles, and just know that yes, in the grand scheme of things, we can't get them F-16s and like HIMARS and Patriot batteries. Unfortunately, that's not something we can do. But what you can get them improves their lives and makes them feel most importantly, it makes them feel like we care about them, like us as civilians, and that we are there for them if they need something. And I think that's something that really needs to be. It's our like thing. We should carry that. I think as volunteers, we should really concentrate on that, on helping people, even in the smallest of ways, because that's really what keeps this country going, unironically. So yeah, I think I feel better, much better now than I used to. So it's temporarily, I feel like, this burnout thing.
Okay, that's good, because I also felt it before, like in 2024. Yeah, I felt it sometimes in 2024. It was improving. Like I was at my best then for the most of the year, but the problem is, it's not about like nothing changes and nothing like what we're doing is not helping. No, every bit helps, and I'm a stubborn motherfucker. I know that it's like I need to keep pushing. Like no matter how hard it is, no matter how far we are or close, who knows, from our victory, yet we still need to keep pushing and keep doing what we can, and but the thing is, with that shit, I really think I just need to maybe also check my I need to get a test for depression. Probably that might be just the case. Maybe I just don't have enough hormones, that give me some energy and pleasure of the life and meaning, because depression is super simple. Some pills may give you more energy, but the problem is it should always go together with psychotherapy, and it's not that simple. So I definitely need to look into it. I'm just saying that I understand that that we're actually we have great results with my community. We're raising a lot of funds. I make some good content. And Dylan, I want to invite you to the coffee shop stream when you're in Kyiv, because I would really like to talk to you and stream this in person. It would be cool. People can ask questions, so I'm inviting you to one. And
I'll do it 100%.
As soon as possible, like next week, we can actually. Oh wait, not next week.
No, he's doing a monk thing in Finland.
Finland. So
yes, I'm a Finnish monk for a week.
So I guess in about 3 weeks from now, right? 2.5,
yes.
Something like that.
Yeah,
something like that.
Okay, so let's do it. Where was I going? That fucking burnout is something that I just, try to find some new type of inspiration, probably, because inspirations that I had before, they unfortunately don't work for some reason. It is becoming a routine, some stuff. I think a lot of it is hitting harder when it becomes the routine, when something that you do is not new, but it shouldn't be like that. I should be able to really get the energy from something that I do regularly. So I'm just. I try to talk about it with you guys to maybe find some solution to all this shit.
I mean, I will say that burnout and depressed is not the same thing. So if you want to like check that, you should definitely do it.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, but also I mean they could be both at the same time, but they
yeah.
don't need to be the exact same thing. But I will say that what you said about finding some new inspirations really worked for me personally, because I think what like pulled me from this like very apathetic kind of like bad state, I was finding the new stuff I started
Hmm.
working on. So kind of like breaking the exact same routine and doing like new stuff, meeting new people, getting engaged in new projects that didn't really, I, for example, didn't really work with civilians much at all. So most of my like volunteer work was just soldiers, and it will be still that way because I think it's more important to help soldiers. But
Hmm.
getting engaged with, getting like engaged with the Dusha Kharkiv volunteer group, and also like there's like an oncological hospital for children in Kharkiv that they help also with like food, and they make a bunch of Easter cakes for the children and like delivered them, and all of that, just maybe like adding a little more of something new did really help a lot, and pulled that I don't know, like felt like actually like you feel like, yeah, I'm like excited to do things again. I'm like,
Hmm.
excited to participate in things. And yeah, so I would say maybe try to find, it doesn't even have to be work related, actually. It can
Hmm.
be even like stupid as that may sound. I just got back my iconic green hair back. So I'm back in my like and it also kind of lifted me up. Like it's silly obviously, but it's something that I feel like back in 22 I had like this I mean everywhere I was basically with the green hair, right? And it's kind of like returned me to that state of like being energized. And
Hmm.
also Trump, by the way, energized the fuck out of me because of the I watched that Oval Office with Zelensky, and I was like so ass pained and so mad that I got like energized by that sheer hatred I felt, and towards such like a treatment, and like such it's just something I spoke about fairly, like I think earnestly, and like with my friends, American friends that I made, and Dylan, Devin in particular. With Destiny I also spoke about, I spoke like a bunch of people about the how I always was like pained about how Eastern Europeans in particular are treated by the West, and how and now this treatment of us as like subhuman is now so obvious. Like it was obvious for anyone before, but now it's just blatantly out there. It's just being put out there, like by America, by United States, by someone we aspire to be like, someone we like maybe like glamorized a little bit, maybe saw like through a little bit of a like pink rose tinted glasses, as they say, for sure. Like, and it's just, I just saw so many people being like super heartbroken about it, because it's something they like so many people removed patches, like American patches, or like American flags, or like eagles or everything from their like uniforms and everything. And it's a silly thing, obviously. It doesn't really like, but it shows just how disappointed and how sad people are genuinely to see that something they believed in turned out to be something that's it's not what they thought it was, right? And
Yeah.
yeah, so some people are down by that actually right now, but I am in the contrast giga energized, because I just want to survive out of spite. And I want
Yeah.
us to win out of spite now. I'm spite driven, okay? Some people are accused of that on a regular, which I am now that person, spite driven. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Dylan, what about you? Have you ever felt the burnout? I know it was a shitty year for you, but yeah, what do you say?
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, there's a certain amount of spite. I think, of course, I agree with that. Um, but I also feel that there really isn't an alternative.
Hmm.
That the historical record on this needs to be good, so I need to keep working at it. I need to keep improving. That's why with each video, I'm trying to always make small improvements. That's why we have 100%, original music now, with Ukrainian musicians making Ukrainian folk music recreations that we can use. I want to make sure that the historical record of a nation and its people is told using its culture and its history, using its language. And the reason I want to keep at this is because there's so many people doing such a shit job. So many people lying, so many people misrepresenting, so many people taking old footage, presenting it as new footage, taking footage from other conflicts, presenting as if it's from Ukraine. And it's one thing to like, okay, I got the record. So in a history book, like 100 years from now, people can say this happened on this day. But it's another thing to, make sure that people understand it as it's happening, so that it's not just a historical record to affect the future, but it's also something that can affect the present, so we can do something now. So I really want to continue to improve on that. But also, I think that, with my grandfather's passing, that is something that is motivating me to keep going forward too. Usually when I go through difficult parts in life, I usually just like kind of lose myself a little bit in my work. And he was somebody who believed in my work, so I believe that there's nobody's confidence I can depend on more than his, so I should believe my work more than ever.
Man, your
Cool.
work is very important. I am just like my grandfather. I believe in it, and I urge you and call for you to keep doing it. And you're doing it great, in my opinion. So, man.
I would like to say
Thank
that that's something important to keep in mind that I bring up constantly, but I think maybe I should bring up it even more, actually, now that I think about it, is that if it wasn't for Dylan, then I wouldn't be doing anything, honestly. Like maybe I would be doing something, but this like amount of aid that is provided every month, right? It's pretty stable. We're like going, sometimes it's bigger, sometimes smaller, but we're going like every month strong, right? And all of the actual lives that have been saved and people that are, got their help. It's literally just because Dylan met up with me in Kharkiv back in the day and filmed that video with me and Hassan thing and all of that. Just it popped off, I guess. And I would like to say that no matter like what, that at least I was able to do and to find the connections and everything I ended up having exclusively thanks to you. So no matter what happens and no matter how this whole thing ends at the end of the day, this is part of the history now, and this is part of the I don't know, like I just want to highlight that that it's literally like it's not an exaggeration. It would never have happened if it wasn't for Dylan. So yeah, thank you very much. I truly really appreciate how much you did for my like volunteer work, but for other people here, and to have people like that, people who care, people who are dedicated, people who are actually like I just recently talk about it, and they're like, we don't want a Ukrainian, but can you suggest like a person who we can speak to who is knowledgeable on Ukraine? And I was like a bit
Don't
bummed.
want a Ukrainian.
Yeah, I was a bit bummed that they don't want a Ukrainian. But I was like, if I'm thinking about anyone, literally, the only person I could actually like legitimately 100% suggest is Dylan. Like I don't have like anyone else in mind that I know will be able to present us in the way that that the best way possible, right? So yeah, so that's something just for you to know that there's no one else like that in my mind, in my opinion. So. Yeah, congrats to you on that. You're based, is what I'm saying.
Those words do really mean a lot, and
Yeah.
I mean they really do. And I do also want to say though, if it wasn't for you taking me around Kharkiv and giving me a little cot to sleep on the first few times when I came to Kharkiv, when I didn't have exactly the gigantic budget of CNN, that really meant a lot to me. It allowed me to get, I think, a more personal perspective of Ukraine. I think you bringing me to your school that you went to, showing me around your town, pointing to where everything happened, pointing to the local eateries and places that you like to hang out, having to take cover with you in places like we took cover in that one sports center. Those early experiences of Ukraine was what has convinced me to dedicate myself to this till the end. You were crucial in convincing me to do that, and I just want you to know that.
Yeah. Also, probably because I clearly, made you watch some fabulous movies, so that might have always.
That's true. She did ambush me with Lord of the Rings. She did.
And and in Bruges as well, which
In
is
Bruges, and I have seen in
that
Bruges
is a
many times
banner.
since then.
That's a banner. And he also made me watch a very strange old cowboy like
I
western
like old
movie.
cowboy movies. I like old cowboy movies.
I mean, I can't
High Noon
say.
is good. It's just a talkie movie.
Yeah, I can't say it was like the best thing I ever saw, let's be for real, but it was incredibly cool to watch it with Dylan. So that's all that matters. The company is what matters in the end of the day. And
I'll go with a more traditional pick next time. Django maybe or something like
I
that.
did
You
not
know,
see it. I like it. It's a cool movie. I watched Tombstone, by the way, which you mentioned.
you
And I
did.
loved it. Yes, I loved it. That was
It's great.
that was hot. That was like the goth southern shit I really needed. The whole aesthetic, the outfits. Oh,
Doc
damn.
Holliday his character work is fantastic.
Yes, I was like, wow, that's it. That's what I need. Even I am not being like a Western lover. Couldn't help but appreciate it. So yeah, that was a banner for sure.
It's great.
Yeah.
Guys, I want to ask some questions from the chat because I've been neglecting you, chat. Sorry, my friends.
Let's not neglect chat.
Yes, that's a bad idea. So there was a question. There were a few that were already answered, actually. But let me address this one. It's from Roger Craft. He put this one before the stream, actually, maybe even the day before yesterday. So this is for you, Dylan. Obvious questions for Dylan. How do you get hair like that? And is it possible to transplant hair from one person to another? What?
My hair is a disaster today. Okay, I woke up. Okay, I celebrated my religious holiday. Okay, today, and then I came on to Rick's beautiful program. So my hair is kind of a mess today. But if you're serious, number one, be born correctly. Okay. Now, if you've achieved that, you've got most of the work done. Then it's just shampoo, conditioner, microfiber towels, or if you want to have good curls and you want to blow it with a blow dryer, don't just blow it out. You have to use attachments that gives it time to softly blow and curl and give it time to properly air out. A wind dry isn't terrible, but you got to make sure it isn't too brutal of a wind or it's gonna get frizzy and it's gonna get disastrous. Okay, and that's the gayest I will ever be on Rick's stream.
All true, by the way, all facts. I mean, the genetics probably is the most important bit, but other than that, diffuser really helps actually. Like the attachment on your like blow dryer that you can do the scrunchy thing with your curls. So
really?
that's where it's at, because a lot of people don't know how to fucking look out for their curly stuff, and they just do it like a straight hair would, and that's not how we work. Yeah,
so
wavy hair.
This is not the end of. This is not the end of Roger's message there. So let me read it until the very end. So, and if it's possible to transplant hair from one person to another, if such thing is possible, can we talk price here on the live stream? You could sell hair for charity. If such thing isn't possible, why haven't you been working nonstop on a way to make it possible? You would be doing many bald people like me a favor, so it really should be your main goal in life if you are a nice person.
Main goal in life should be being a hair farm. For all of the hair disabled people. Okay, no, I look, as much as I think it's fantastic that Anna shaved her head, I don't need to look like no egg. If I shave my head, I look like a scary skinhead. Okay, it's not nice. I look scary. I have a square head. I either look like Minecraft Steve, okay, or I look like a skinhead you would not welcome to meet your parents. Okay, so I don't want either of those vibes or the vibe in between it, which is probably the worst. Okay, so either way, I'm gonna keep my long hair. I love my long hair.
True. Amen.
And I'm starting to get gray hairs. Actually, I've noticed, which is freaking me out because I'm 24. But I mean, that's not necessarily an age thing. I've learned.
Yeah, it is not.
For example, I got like a fuck ton since 22. Gray hairs, like I colored the hair so it doesn't really show, but I have now like shaved sides, and this is my like own hair there with the shaved bits, and I can really see like gray pieces hanging there, and I'm like, oh shit, great, stress. Stress.
Oh yeah.
But not that awful though. Much worse things than that in life.
You're right. More questions, but I want to mention some donations because when I mention them, they then again keep flowing. So, guys, you donated after Wizard of Ooze those $10, $25 from Linda H for fundraiser. Thanks, Rick. Thank you, Linda. $30 from Levy. Tickets for rollers. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. And Levy there in the chat was saying that he found, if I'm not mistaken, he said, I won't be able to find... I discovered Anna from watching Dylan, and I found Rick from following Anna. So, yeah.
That's cute shit.
Yeah, indeed. So
He
thank
comments
you.
on my Twitter quite a bit. So yeah, I know we like chatted a little bit on Twitter multiple times. Lovely person.
Levy's cool, yeah. $20 from Timothy Code. He says, Slava Ukraini, victory for Ukraine, always have positive faith. Героям слава. Thank you for your donation, Timothy, and thank you for the positive faith. It's not like I don't have the positive faith. I'm just exhausted. That's it. Most of the time.
True. Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And $10 just now from Giancarlo. Hashtag pants down gang and greetings to James and Fuzzy in the chat. Fist bump. First bump. What the fuck is that? Yeah, so $100 just now from RP Marcin. Thank you very much, Marcin. It says 8 for Ukraine. As always, tickets to rollers, I assume, right? So guys, with that, we still need to raise today $1,184.93. Totally doable. This community is capable of, I would say, even $3 more thousand by the end of the stream. But let's do what? Let's finish with that. $1,184 more, guys. This is the patch on the raffle. Please buy tickets. Send them to my PayPal. If you don't use PayPal, you can send it to my base. You can use credit or debit card with that. Thank you. So, two more things to mention are the super chats. Actually, first one from Peter LaBelle, 10 Canadian dollars. We sent money to have 4,000 hospital blankets and pillows manufactured in Kharkiv that were distributed last week to several hospitals. Done with the Rotary Club of Kharkiv. New level. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Anna, you know something about that?
There have been I don't know like this particular thing, but I know have been like a lot of like donors for the hospitals and for the recent strikes in Kharkiv that have affected pretty a lot of residential buildings recently, especially that one strike that killed 5 people was a big area of damage. So multiple, like they mostly show just one building, but there was like an actual like area of effect, and a lot of like people lost their apartments. More than 50 or 60 apartments entirely pretty much ruined and unlivable just in that one strike. So in that sense, yeah, a lot of people have came through recently to help out with all the stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And,
happy Easter, by the way, to Dylan.
Dylan, happy Easter.
Forgot to say that.
Happy Easter.
Have you seen my my adventures with Easter cakes and priests recently? We have like splashed holy water on Easter cakes with an actual priest there. He like was doing like the prayer and everything, and then splashed all of us with water, and it's been relatively cool. And then they gave those Easter cakes to children in the cancer hospital, injured people, soldiers, like all sorts of things. They gave me like a whole box with like a fuck ton of Easter cakes, and I was like, oh, I can't eat all of that. I need to like give it to other people. So I gave them to 113 Brigade so they can enjoy them.
So when you say Easter cakes, are they the like the cylindrical cakes with like the icing on top that they sell in the stores and are dry and are very dry, so dry?
They're horrible at the stores, but these ones were so good. so good. They're like a proper homemade, moist, very
Oh,
flavorful.
cool.
Yeah. You don't. The store shit is like absolute disaster. You don't eat that shit.
To be
But
honest,
it's like,
I eat some of the
yeah,
store shit because in Silpo it's not that bad.
right.
I will tell you.
It's right. It's
No,
not
it's
wrong.
not
It
not
is.
super dry. It could be
But
different.
if you're coming to Ukraine, I have to say this to all the expats or everybody coming to Ukraine: you have to not touch them in the stores, or you'll hate their tradition and you'll disrespect the Ukrainians by giving your honest opinion. Okay, if you're gonna eat it, you have to try Anna's this way or no way at all, because then you'll have a bad
Yeah.
perception of Ukraine, of this beautiful
Okay,
country,
that's
and their
good.
dry cakes.
I'll just
Yeah.
pretend that I did not hear it. Okay.
There are bakeries that make good ones, that are make quality ones, but the ones in the store is just like a dry ass bread with some like crusty sugary stuff on top. So, but this one, even though I'm not like an Easter cake person, but these ones were so good. They were like amazing, and the woman that makes them is just, she makes like a fuck ton of them, like 100. She made like 1,000 something in this period
Wow.
alone, basically. Yeah, she's like
Wow.
a cool Armenian lady who does a lot of like cooking stuff. And I actually brought them home, and mom and my sister was like, "Oh my god, that's actually like homemade goodness here. It's like very good." And yeah, so they're very cool people in terms of like so much food that they make, and like very good meals and things like that for the soldiers and for the people, but also like desserts even for children were like beyond themselves to get the desserts in the hospital and everything. It was just very, I don't know, just very cool people, and they have been working like crazy. Like they are at work 5 in the morning every day, every day.
Wow.
So yeah, so it's just yeah, amazing stuff. And the
Inspiring
priest was
people.
funny as fuck. I had such a, I didn't think I would enjoy the company of a priest that much, but he was like hilarious, honestly. Cool
And
dude.
Anna said that he was hitting up on girls there too.
Yes. But that's a whole other situation. In a funny way. Not in like
In
a
a funny way.
creepy way. Yeah. But just him just splashing everyone with like an evil smile was just very funny, because you're supposed to like do this like one time and that's it, pretty much. All the holy water droplets. But he was like showering basically, and he was like, "So you are not exploding today. More blessings for you." And yeah, he also drenched the whole floor with water. And one of the volunteers was like, "We need to dry it, like use a towel or some shit." And he was like, "No, you're not supposed to. It's supposed to like dry naturally from you and like from the everything." And the volunteer guy was like, "If someone slips on it and like breaks their neck, it's like on you, priest man." Basically, and the priest was like, "Well, you will die blessed though." And I'm like, that motherfucker. I mean, he was like funny and ironically, like probably the coolest priest I personally had interaction with. So yeah, that was something.
Oh,
And everyone was happy about it, because a lot of volunteers, they are religious, and they're like, a lot of like Armenian people there, and things like that. Whole, like, we were pretty like Christian people. So I just found it like very, I don't know, wholesome. See them like giggling about the whole water thing and the Easter cakes and all of that. I don't know, just lifted me up a little bit.
Nice.
Okay, so question from Tunam. Question for both Anna and Dylan. What is your take on Ruski's officers' families flee en masse from occupied Crimea? Where did you hear that? Like, and yeah.
I'm not sure. Like,
Guys.
I
I'll-
heard this rumor as well, but I don't know if it's verified.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Don't know much about it. Sorry to say, I haven't seen like stuff like that about like, I saw some pic somewhere about it, like one dude who like allegedly like escaped or something. I'm not sure. Like, I need to look it up.
Yeah, guys, those who are joining the stream in the last, I don't know, few minutes or hours, please like it if you forgot. Thank you. It may help. Not sure, but who knows? Please hit the
I
like.
found the source.
Mhm.
It's from Atesh, which is a Ukrainian resistance group in occupied territory, and they provided a few pictures of what looks like some civilian-looking vessel that's in port, maybe like of some people boarding it, and they're saying that these are the families of Black Sea Fleet officers fleeing Crimea, and that there's like currently like ship patrols. But they don't say why this is happening or anything. They just say that this is happening. No clue if it's true or not.
Even if it's true, what does it change? Russians are not planning to escape Crimea, believe me. They're holding their
Yeah, no.
that in their teeth really hard and nothing. Yeah, only destroying all of the occupiers will make it liberated, believe me. I think nothing else. So yeah, Tunes says it was Warthog defense. But so he obviously got it from Atesh. Next question from Tune is: did you guys have Pascha today? Yes, and I had Pascha today. I also had Pascha. By the way, I had one homemade. Pretty good. Not that. It was also, by the way, a bit dry. So, Anna, not all the homemade Paschas are.
Well, you gotta make them good, okay? If you made them, this was the one. I'm sorry, it's half eaten, but this was the one they gave me and my mom. I have sent it in the chat to the one I took home.
Ooh.
And yeah, it was so good. I was like, oh my god, it's actually based. Yeah, and
Okay,
we got
then
like a lot of
I'll show it to rollers. Just give me a minute.
yeah, and these are the ones we got for the boys. They were also happy about that. Yeah, I can show this cute stuff to people. The strawberry one was like with the strawberry topping was also smelling so good, but I didn't try it. I gave it to my friends and to my soldier dudes. Yeah.
These two photos with soldiers, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the territorial defense guys from
Uh-huh.
113 Brigade.
Awesome.
And the one is
Mhm.
and the one is like Fike, he's my friendo on the right, who's by the way recently asking about Dylan actually, which he was like, will he be able to come to Ukraine again? I'm like, yeah. He
Who asked
wanted to
about
do
me?
Fike is my friend, Azerbaijani friend, and he
Oh.
was like, I told him about you like a lot. He met Devin, but I don't think he met you. I don't believe so, at least. Maybe I'm like mixing shit up. I don't know. But he really like wants some Azerbaijani coverage, okay, in Ukraine of the volunteers. There, he has like a very cool dude who's working in as a fireman, a first responder in Kharkiv,
Mhm.
and very cool dude. He like survived multiple double taps and things like that, and lost a lot of his team.
Fireman.
Yeah, so that's like pretty cool. I would like someone actually to make an interview with him at some point because I was
That
thinking.
is actually something on my list. I have a list of like 20 topics I was thinking about, and firefighters was on it. I tried to do medical responders in Konstantinivka, but that was a year and a half ago, and I didn't get anything. So I wanted to try first responders again.
Well, you know who to call if you want to. Yeah, I
Oh,
just
who?
say it.
Who do I call?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Who you gonna call?
Yes. I'm just saying. So there are a lot of like cool stuff that I recently picked up from like civilian stuff as well, and I thought said so to Rick, but we went to with Devin. We went to 113 Brigade and Phoenix and filmed like at anti-air positions, basically them taking down drones primarily, and they actually allowed us to take pictures and film like at the positions, anti-air stuff, like weapons, all of that, which was like pretty cool because they're usually very like cagey about the locations of anti-air for obvious reasons. And so we met there Commander Makhno, who is a cool dude. He was like at Donetsk airport. He's one of the cyborgs who is still kicking basically. So that was a lot of like cool stuff, and I have like a lot of connections there now as well, and something I could probably utilize for my friend those.
Who's the guy hugging you on the photo?
Misha, he's from 113 Brigade soldier.
And Fike is on the second photo, I assume.
Yeah, it was selfie picture, yeah.
Okay. There he is. Awesome. And there are Paschas there, down there, guys. You could see them. And this is Pascha that Anna had today. Yeah.
Top notch.
Top notch one. Ah, shit.
Yeah.
I envy you a bit. I did not get a top notch one today.
It was top notch. I was like surprised. I don't remember eating that such a good one like in a long time. And my grandma used to make ones, but it's a quite a difficult thing to bake. So it's like it's a lot of work to put into it. So it's been a while since I had something that is actually feels like that from the childhood, basically. Yeah.
Okay, so There's a message from Sumilant in the chat. Rick, don't despair. Let yourself feel down, but don't let yourself wallow in it. It's a normal cycle of being in constant traumatic events. What you do will affect more than you know. Thank you. And, to be honest, I wanted to address this message because I don't feel down. It is something different. It's just like, just an exhaustion, a fatigue. And you just need to find the way to get the energy again. Okay, so more questions. Let me read them for you or to you. Whatever, just a second. We have one from Fuzzy. Guys, Fuzzy is a Ukrainian defender. Well, Ukrainian. He is a guy from UK who volunteers in Ukrainian army. Who is a volunteer in Ukrainian army. He was fighting in the mortar unit in Gur Legion, but now he transferred to Azov International Battalion. So he's in 12th Brigade Azov, which is a part of the 1st Corps of the National Guard right now, which is very good. And we're raising funds for the night vision for him. He's a guest on these streams often, and I even want to ask you guys, maybe you're okay if he joins us now and we have him here. What do you think? Would you like to meet him? Anna, Dylan?
Yeah, no problem. Why
Sure.
not? I'm not gonna be here for a long time though, so it's just
How
saying.
much time do you still have?
I think 30 minutes or something like that. I can. Yeah.
Okay. Fuzzy, it's Discord. You can... Well, I can add you there, actually.
I'm going to step away and get something to drink, or I'm going to lose my voice. So I'll be right back.
Okay,
No.
Dylan.
Drink
Gonna
water.
be waiting for you.
or something.
So I'll quickly add Fuzzy here. Hey, shit, how do I do it? In here, in this window mode. Huh, interesting. If I go back here, I can do it now easily. Okay, so there is a question from Fuzzy that I wanted to address. Yeah, I think I edited him here. Did I? Yes. So Fuzzy, I added you to the group chat. You can join. Oh my god. So he was asking next, did they hear about Russia's Easter ceasefire, yet Kyiv and Odessa definitely had an air defense working over the whole week and weekend, and the front was still smashing blokes with FPVs? So I think it was a rhetorical question if you heard about it, right?
Have you seen the message board on RIA News? Like a Russian news station. They had like this message that Putin announced Easter break ceasefire, like, and then next message right after it, and it was like 1 minute or 2 minute difference. We are advancing on all 11 directions. And you're like, so what the fuck is it? Is it a ceasefire, or are you like attacking on 11 directions like Russians do? Like just never ever any sense or consistency there.
Mm-hmm. So he's driving, I guess. Fuzzy.
Yeah,
hi.
I'm
Hello,
driving
hello.
again. Hello.
The connection
Hi.
is not the best right now.
Yeah.
So, Fuzzy,
Sorry, guys.
did you see Anna and or Dylan before?
I think I've seen Anna on the Shields, if I'm correct.
Were you on the
Uh,
Shells, Anna?
On the shells? On a what?
Yeah, the Shells is a YouTube channel, a community.
I don't think so, but maybe I've been like on a lot of stuff, so I might forgot like where exactly and how it was called. I've been on Rick a couple of times, that's for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe
But,
you've seen her here.
yeah.
Probably, yeah. I was going to say, I've definitely seen you on a live stream before. I wasn't sure whether it's Rick or the Shields.
Mm.
And this is Dylan, and this is Fuzzy Dylan.
Hey, the number. How you doing?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too, bro.
I'm trying to put all of you on the screen. So that question from Fuzzy, maybe you repeat it again or tell your experience about this so-called treaty or truth.
Oh, the ceasefire.
The
Yeah.
ceasefire, yeah.
So I saw it actually. Like the way I heard about it was actually on Instagram. It said Putin has called for a ceasefire over the Easter holidays. And then obviously, like, it was complete bullshit because Kyiv had air defense going off like over the Easter holidays. Odessa definitely had it. It's just fucking just lies, really, because like even down in the AO, where people are working, they're still like shooting at each other. I don't know if the Ukrainians are shooting because apparently they were ordered to stop shooting, but the Russians have continued. But I don't know. I think it's just more. I think what it was just Russia playing America because Trump has said like if there's no ceasefire, then I want no involvement at all. And then obviously Trump has just gone, well, no, Putin has just gone, okay, ceasefire. And I think he meant just stop shooting guns because he's still shooting FPVs at people because it's a dick.
Yeah, so making a ceasefire in that way, yeah, just make them stop shooting guns and just keep using artillery and FPVs. Dylan, do you have anything to say about that?
I mean, I recently released 2 weeks ago a documentary on the human safari in Kherson. We spoke to a lot of ambulance drivers, city workers, and others that have been targeted by drones. We published a lot of footage, most of it provided by the Russians themselves, as they post a lot of it on social media. They even posted footage of them attacking an aid group I was embedded with and calling us like soldiers trying to establish a bridgehead when I was in Kherson before. And so what I was really interested in was what was going to happen in Kherson for this period, because Kherson has been nonstop human hunting for years now. And if I think that is probably the best litmus test for any ceasefire is what's happening on the streets of Kherson. And I saw reports of continued attacks in the Kherson area. And I checked them myself and it seemed to be credible. So maybe there's a decrease in violence across the front line. Maybe in areas where it's most convenient, they've decided to stop firing, and the Ukrainians have reciprocated that due to the diplomatic efforts around, the United States and trying to, sway this president to consider supporting an American ally for 5 seconds. But I do not think that the ceasefire is an attempt to establish a new diplomatic framework to build off of something. I don't think it's anything outside of the Russians trying to find a new way to drag their feet or look good to the United States. Because, Putin said that Ukrainians were encircled in Kursk, and Trump ate that shit up, hook, line, and sinker. And whether he did it because it was convenient or did it because it was, he's a fool and he doesn't know any better, even though he was briefed, so he should know better. I can't say, but I think that right now the Russians are just making the bet that the United States will just say, whatever.
Yeah, and they will say whatever. That's the main thing. So they don't really have any levels of power to actually United States, to actually make sure that the limitations they may put on Russia are actually followed through, because they have they only pressure us, like Ukraine. They don't really pressure Russia much at all. And we had yesterday have been in Kupiansk region, there have been another attempt at breakthrough. So I don't know how that is ceasefiring, but nobody really, in my opinion, I just actually talked with BBC about it. They asked me about the ceasefire thing, and they will post it to. So anyhow, point is that they really is that they're just nobody really respects any of those things, because you know it, like everyone knows it. Like the only person who might be actually thinking that Putin is saying the truth is Trump, because at first I was like, he is lying, and then I'm actually thinking he actually genuinely loves the guy. It's just he really wants Putin to call him genius at least a couple more times again, so he can talk about it for the next 5 years. So it's just pretty it's pretty stupid and silly to expect that to do anything, and nobody, I think, really who understands like how geopolitics or how this war works really expects any change whatsoever. Actually, we expect things to get worse because since the ceasefire talks even started after Zelensky's Oval meeting, we have a 50% increase of drone attacks. So yeah, we have pretty severe, especially in Kharkiv, has been like daily mass drone strikes. They also pick a city basically each night. So it was like Zaporizhia, Kryvyi Rih, Dnipro, Odessa, Kharkiv, like each city to terrorize with the mass drone strikes at the civilian areas primarily. And of course, we had those like absolutely nasty ballistic strikes with like cluster munitions in multiple cities in Kryvyi Rih and Sumy in Kharkiv. And yeah, it's just, if anything, it got worse. It most definitely didn't get any better. And it also feels, our soldiers say so, at least to me, that it feels like we are being like handicapped and put limitations on us that we are supposed to abide to stop the shooting on our end, right? But Russia doesn't have any sort of like levers, and doesn't have any like sort of I don't know. I guess you could say they can say, yeah, we stopped it, and like MAGA in trouble, just eat it. Essentially, just will eat it up like they did with what Dylan brought with the Kursk being like encircled, and Trump just repeated that. Like, who told him? Like Putin or something? Like nobody confirmed that information before, other than Russia. So yeah, it's just pretty silly situation, and it feels like it's just like prolonging the what will eventually be Trump saying, "Well, I tried, both parties disappointed me, and I'm just going to go play golf now. Like I tried my best, it didn't work." So yeah, and we'll stop aid to Ukraine or something like that. So it's just I just think it all goes to that scenario essentially.
Yeah, unfortunately, I lean to that to that assumption too. So maybe you guys.
Well, I'm of the belief that the Trump administration is kind of viewing Ukraine like a venture capitalist, as JD Vance used to work in. They're viewing it as an extractive relationship, not an institution or nation to invest further in because it benefits America's interests. That's why they've been focusing primarily on the minerals deal and how they can get Ukrainian minerals out of Ukraine, how they can bear profits from that, try to make Ukraine pay a debt that it never agreed to. Instead of trying to further invest in Ukraine's defense or do something to make a peace deal durable. I didn't see anything from what has been leaked to the press of what has been proposed that sees anything that's a durable peace deal. The only thing I've seen actually advanced and there's been any progress on is there's now a memorandum of understanding between the Ukrainian government and the American government of moving forward on the mineral deal. And so I think they're looking at it as a hostile takeover, and you gut the innards of this corporation. When a company takes over, or somebody takes over, venture capitalists take over a institution, be it a big chain store or a movie theater, whatever it is, they look inside, they look at the chairs, they look at the inventory, they look at the staff, and they look for where they can gut to make profit. And I think that's currently how they're viewing Ukraine. They're not looking at it as an investment. They might say, hey, we're going to work with you. And that's usually what happens when the venture capitalists take over. It's like, oh, we're going to work with you on this, on that. But I think they're looking at it purely through extractive means now, instead of seeing Ukraine being in a better position, puts America in a better position, which is my belief and the belief of the majority of the American people, but it's not the belief, I believe, of many in the Trump administration. The question is whether or not the backlash and the fear of an Afghanistan-style disaster where the cities are getting taken over and bodies line the street, and it's getting massive coverage and could be painful for the Trump administration, whether that's going to be enough to stop them from complete abandonment, because the American people still widely support Ukraine if you look with credible pollsters like Pew Research Center or Gallup. But I also think it'll be worse if the images people see on their screen are more present of the disaster. And I think that's something they fear, but I don't know if it's something they fear enough.
I will say though, they talked about the rhetoric has been right about the money mostly, that we make America great again, America first, all of that, right? We don't want to spend money here and there, and then Europe doesn't spend any money. We're spending all the money, billions, bajillions, all of that have been repeated 10,000 times by now by Trump. But now we said that we will buy weapons, buy Patriot systems and things like that for 50 billion, right? And they still said no.
Mm-hmm.
So is it really about money, or you just don't want to help out Ukraine, and you also don't want to aggravate Russia, and you want to have some sort of reset, right, with Russia in terms of relations? Because if it was about the money, then what's the problem with us buying it? Yeah. And also cutting off intelligence, for example, right? It wasn't really that expensive to give us intelligence, but they not only cut that off, which endangered multiple, makes it difficult for us to catch ballistics. It makes it difficult for our troops to function, and they also even I looked it up actually, Maximar or something like that. It was called it's like a satellite
Maxar?
company.
Maxar.
Maxmar, yeah, that's it
Maxar.
maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was like they also said like don't share stuff with Ukraine.
Yeah.
So
It's prohibited for them now.
yeah, it's commercial, like it's open access to most people, like, and we are not having access to it. Why exactly? So yeah, it's just pressure. It's just attempts to make us capitulate on Russia's terms, and also give them resources in the process that they can extract to have a nice solid deal out of it. And then Ukraine gets attacked in 5 year time, when Trump probably is not even like maybe president. Who knows at this point? Brother wants to be Tsar, it seems. But other than that, it's just that it's not gonna be his problem. Yeah. Anyway, and yeah, so just I don't know. It's just what we want is someone to take into consideration the security of our country, and if we are to make sacrifices, right, to sacrifice occupied people, territories and things like that, then it has to be a sacrifice made with a lot of pain for sure, but with something back, with something that will give us security guarantees and will provide us. And now it's not even a conversation. There is no even a point in talking about what can we sacrifice, what can we not sacrifice, because why should we if we're not getting anything back whatsoever?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Just because we need to capitulate, because Russia is 20 times stronger. You don't start a war with someone who's 20 times bigger than you, huh?
Yeah, basically.
It's such a fucking bullshit. Like,
If I hear one more time, if I was president, it would never have happened.
oh yeah.
I might seppuku myself, unironically, because it's just how many times did he say that?
It's it's just I called him like a robot who is like every time he speaks about Ukrainian war, one of the cells there opens, and that phrase is coming out. Like he's like, it will never happen if I was a president.
Yes,
Yeah, that shit.
how many times? Like how many times? I saw like his posts, not only his speeches, but also his like press conferences, but also like posts he makes on Twitter and like social media stuff like that. And it's just every fucking time. It just reminds me very much of Russian method of propaganda. Because it's just what you like repeat the lie like so many times. It's like ingrained, and you also lie so much that the very concept of truth is destroyed. So nobody really like believes anything. Narratives change every 5 seconds, right? And same thing here. He was like, in 24 hours I will, stop this war. Then in 100 hours I will stop this war. And then like, well, it's a little bit difficult actually. I'm working on it.
I was a
But,
bit sarcastic when I said that.
Yeah, and now it's Biden's war. What do you
Did
want
I ever
me to
tell you it
do?
was Biden's war?
Yeah, it's Biden's war. What do you want me to do? It's Biden. It's not me, It's really, I have nothing to do with it. It's all on Biden at the end of the day. And you're like, oh, what a show of strength. True art of the deal right there.
Strength.
Yeah. So it seems like Trump just capitulates before Russia, and when he's gonna get out of this so-called negotiation process, that means the full capitulation, I guess. Then he definitely needs to start, renewing the relationship with Russia, trading more with Russia, lifting sanctions, because that's logical, right? Fuck. But it seems like this is the plan all along, even though there's no fucking logic, but just sympathizing Russia and just becoming the same type of state as Russia, the same type of regime, like where there is no like humans and citizens of their country doesn't mean anything to them, and it's just like the rule of force in the world, and that's basically like everything that they're doing right now is stating that. And that bullshit that they make up about, really not calling Russia an aggressor anymore. Not it's not about that fucking neutrality that they try to play. It's about becoming the same, in my opinion, as Russia, as Putin for Trump.
I like the tariff argument because they were asked like multiple times why you tariffed everyone, even the penguins, like the penguins on that little island. You like literally tariffed everyone is besides Russia. And they were like, well, like it will be not good for the negotiations to tariff them.
But
And I'm
they
like,
also
but you
said,
tariff Ukraine?
yes,
you could tariff Ukraine 10%. Great, awesome. Yeah, so we are not even part of the negotiations. It seems like if you apply that logic.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
And
pretty-
that's the
pretty bullshit.
fucking attitude, the same as Putin and terror Russia has. Sam K, thank you for that super chat. Putin has to keep dust in the orange Cheetos dust kiss marks of the back of his trousers. Okay, whatever that means. So I also forgot to thank Ohms. Like about an hour ago, he was buying a super sticker. Thank you, Ohms. And I got one more donation to mention. It is from Little Dog. He said next, it was $40. He said, donation. Rick, thank you for having some of my favorite people on your stream today, Little Dog.
Oh,
so you, Anna, and you, Dylan, are the favorite people of Little Dog.
Thank you, Little Dog. Kind of weird to say that, but I thank you. Yeah.
Go ahead and give it a rapper shout out.
Yeah. Held wrong for some reason. Okay. Lil Dog.
Lil Dog. Dog.
Yeah. Lil Dog, as they do
Dog.
sometimes. Lil something. I don't know what's that about, but a lot of like American rappers have that Lil thingy.
A question for Anna and Dylan from Tuna Otterson in the chat. What will China do next? Do you guys have an idea?
Well, currently they're bitch slapping the United States. I don't know, like, how can anyone see that as any sort of power move on Trump end? Because he was like, we're tariffing China, then we tariff him 100, then 140, and China's like, we're retaliating, and then take a phone call, please. And China is not taking phone calls. Like, I just don't know. It just looks incredibly pathetic. I don't know what else China will do, but they probably will maintain that position of basically doing a soft core, like Cold War with Russia, like like sort of like a tariff economical war. And they also will try their fucking damn hardest now to appeal to Europe, which they're already doing, which I'm not like particularly pleased by. But it makes sense because they were like, you see, America is like such a shitty partner. They really like cannot be relied on, but we are, stable, ancient Chinese people, okay? We have the stability on. And unfortunately, I think many European countries might actually buy it and, get closer relations with China because of this whole mess. So I don't know.
Anna,
doesn't seem
and what
cool.
about China increasing the military support for Russia that Zelensky also mentioned a few days ago?
We had like multiple Chinese people actually being caught in as prisoners of war, which I don't think happened prior to this. We had North Korean people, but now we have like China. So they're doing that obviously, and everyone knows it. Like it's like the least. It's like an elephant in the room that China supports Russia, but I don't know. Like China plays like multiple games at the same time. Honestly, if anyone is playing chess, like people say Trump and Putin does, actually it's China who's doing that. So I don't know. Like I have no idea how it will turn out and how they will shift their policy further on. But they are. His
news, Zelensky's news on the press conference was not about only the personnel, which is, I think, the least problem here, but also about the weaponry production. That the Chinese government is helping Russia with, not just.
But we made reports like that before. multiple times. So I like looked up to it, and we made like reports about that before, that China is, they haven't been like thoroughly investigated
Yes.
by the West or looked into that much. So I think it's a political thing. Like they don't want to like aggravate China at all. And I don't know, like it's just difficult to say. I have no idea, honestly, like what the fuck is gonna happen with Trump's situation, and like with America literally losing hegemony and being like at the protector status of the Western world, like literally like in a matter of a month.
Yeah.
I don't know like how the situation will be later on.
And they're doing it willingly. Just make America pathetic. What the
Yep.
fuck? Dylan, what do you have to say about this? China's role in making America pathetic. I cannot even say again. You guys were always
For the first
great.
time.
For the first time.
Make them for the first time. Shit.
Yeah.
I wanted to quickly say on the last topic about this ceasefire deal. I just want to put forward that what I read for the deal gives Russia basically everything they wanted, except the city of Kherson and Zaporizhia and the rest of Donetsk that they have not conquered. It's the only thing that was not included in their demands was, we're going to give you the city where you're actively hunting civilians, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see anything in there about the children that were kidnapped. I didn't see anything in there about like a bunch of other war criminal. I know this is kind of, under the circumstances to think about, but war criminals who committed horrific crimes all across Ukraine. Any of them ever standing trial? Nothing. There was nothing in there about any of that. And if the Russians don't take it, which I think is a likely outcome here, what this will mean is that the United States gave them the best deal that you could imagine them giving, outside of forcing the Ukrainians to give them river crossings across the Dnieper, right? And they said no. And that is a signal that should be widely read by the world as the Russians rejecting even the dream of peace, because they've rejected unilateral ceasefires. The limited ceasefires they have agreed to have been violated time and time again, and will probably continue to be violated, as we're seeing in the last 30-hour period. So this is the best deal you could imagine they could take, and they're not taking it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the obvious outcome is that they're going to continue with the war. It is what the American government does after that that matters. And if the logic is to walk away, then what power did you ever have to compel Russia to do anything, let alone stop them from invading back in 2022 if you were president of the United States, if you cannot even compel them not to blow up children's playgrounds during ceasefires? So, and this is all also to make an extension of, I think that this is a goal of normalization. Or I think that is what I'm highly suspect of. The question is how they can get around this war to do it. They're already engaged in negotiations for that process. I think that's pretty obvious. But it's going to fail. And it's going to fail because Russia will never trust the United States. Not only because of the long history between our countries, but also because they will never be certain of our intentions, because they're not going to make the Democrats Russophiles. They're not going to turn the entirety of the United States into Russophiles in the next 4 years. I think about 1 out of every 10 Americans, at best, if you stretch the numbers, could have a positive view of Russia. You're not going to turn that into 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. So the Russians will always be one election away from their golden goose being got. And so that means they're going to have to keep an adversarial relationship with the United States to be prepared when somebody gets back up there that might care a little bit more about liberal democracy, that might care a little bit more about American credibility, that might care a little bit more about American national security, and choosing people for those positions that are competent and are not drunkards or fools who got their brain eaten by worms, literally. So I think, sorry to go a little bit off on that, but there's no good outcome here outside of scaring Trump off of this pathway. As for what China's doing, China's going to sell goods to everybody the United States is trying to tariff, and they're going to try to take advantage of the adversarial relationship we have towards free trade, and they're choosing like Ronald Reagan speeches to be their champion. They're going out there and taking the position that they want less restrictions on trade because they can produce a lot of goods and that benefits them. But also it means less taxes on those who are dealing with the Chinese than those who are dealing with the United States. And that's a weird thing to say out loud, but that is at least the case now. And now Trump is now reeling it back because the consequence of both waning American influence and the largest tax increase in American consumers in history is probably not going to bode well for the American economy if we don't make a deal. It's going to mean recession. It could mean depression. So whether or not he's going to stay dedicated to this, I don't know. But the effects of this, the effects of pulling the trigger on this, is going to register. Even if we were to reverse tomorrow, people are going to remember this and think, what if the United States does it again? And China's going to try to take advantage of that. And I think they already have taken advantage of that to some extent. And I can see the Europeans and the Chinese trying to work together on certain areas, like, for example, the automotive industry, which I think the Europeans are of the opinion those tariffs probably aren't going anywhere anytime soon. So I think the Chinese are going to try to take advantage of this tariff war. But also, I don't think they like the tariff war. As much as, they like to pound their chest about it, America is a gigantic consumer market for them. And they want the consumer market because as much as they might be able to beat their chest and be nationalistic about it and take some geopolitical advantage, if the economy goes under and the Chinese promise of economic prosperity, but some limited civil liberties gets violated and you have both no civil liberties and no economic prosperity, that's going to be a problem. I hear Jesse Waters and other people talking about regime change. I think that's very silly to talk about that at this stage, and I don't think that should be a goal of the United States. But there is going to be a crisis of confidence that the Chinese government's going to have to deal with. So they want to get off of this train, but the concessions that Trump might be asking for, since we saw how he deals with the mineral deal, could be stuff that they would never agree to, and they certainly don't want to look like the losers here. So we've got two bullheaded nationalists headed straight for each other. And that's the problem.
You mentioned one thing there. You said, what power do you have over Russia? Like when you try to, you're giving them the best deal, right? Then what the hell can you do against Russia? But the problem is they obviously don't have any intent to do anything with Russia. They don't want any bad deal for Russia. I think what Trump is aiming for is the best deal for Russia. The best deal. I'm the deal maker. I'm the best deal maker for Russia. I think that's probably the idea. So the problem here is there's not even any intent to pressure Russia. Only say some of that shit once a month, I will put such sanctions. You remember? I already put sanctions on Russia. It was Nord Stream 2. That shit.
It's just that I will say about that is that the strategy on this seems to be he sees Russia as their potential negotiating partners. He doesn't really care that much about Ukraine, which he always points out to us. You have no cards or some shit, right? You have no. He thinks that Russia obviously has the cards here, and as a bigger, much more, 30 times our size country with a much more power, manpower, and military stuff and all that. He always he likes to put us in the dirt, or how the fuck that Kellogg or who the fuck that was said slap us like a mule, basically, Ukrainians, to show us direction.
Hit them with a 2x4, I believe was the exact words.
Yeah, something like that.
Like a mule.
So that's very nice, but also it's very kind of interesting that they're so out and proud about it. Usually this type of conversation is in the backstage, politicians don't usually say things like that out loud and in the public, but this administration obviously gives zero fuck about finesse or being politically diplomatically savvy, because most of their people, MAGA, would eat that shit up no matter what they do and no matter what they say. And in that sense, I think Putin's main agenda is really to just make Ukraine non-existent and not a problem to them. They just basically want this win, politically, right? Because he said I stopped the war, great, I'm a best peace negotiator. Biden and Obama could never, right? So basically him just having the bragging rights of saying that he stopped this war that never would have happened if he was a president and the elections were not rigged and all of that mess he repeats 100 times. So so I think as soon as Trump will fully understand that he's not gonna make any sort of big ceasefire deals or like truce or peace things happen, and he will just wash his hands away from it. There already is rhetoric like that, saying that they're disappointed with both sides, or saying that they are like nobody like wants peace and things like that. Zelensky, blaming Zelensky a lot for like not wanting peace and not being like good at negotiating and all of that. All of this rhetoric, I think, is leading us all to them essentially abandoning altogether the fucking peace thing. So
Yeah,
I don't
but-
know. That's my prediction at least, but we shall see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I think they just nothing stops them from keep making the relations with Russia better and developing them, because that's definitely Trump's intent. Though he continued the sanctions, nothing prevents him from lifting part of it at some point, just to make relations better. I don't know. Not a prediction, just a thought. Well, I also had a message there for you, Dylan, when you were saying that last statement. It is from Roger Kraft. He said, Dylan, what does it matter for Ukraine what Gallup says or what Democrats think? They are powerless now, and now is what matters for Ukraine. Now is when U.S. will... And now is what matters for Ukraine? Now is when U.S. will support Russia. That's what he said.
I think that how the public will react to this failure of the Trump administration to end the war, and then the preceding destruction, which will undoubtedly follow, can hurt the popularity of the Trump administration, just like the Afghanistan withdrawal for Joe Biden was the beginning of the end of his popularity in the United States. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to be enough to dissuade the Trump administration. What I am saying is that this is something the Trump administration is obviously scared of, and you can tell it from their messaging. You can tell it from the way they try to pin the blame on the Joe Biden. You can tell it from the way that they keep trying to say, oh, we've tried this, we tried that. From the way that they're framing it is to try to avoid from this, because they don't want to deal with that polling hit in advance of the midterms in 2 years. And if he goes from 24-hour peace deal to, well, never mind, no peace deal, let's just see what happens in Donetsk next. I'm just going to wipe my hands of this conflict entirely, and what happens. That could be a disaster for the Trump's foreign policy image. Now, whether or not that's going to be enough to move him off of it, because he's made disastrous decisions before, but we've also seen Trump hit an iceberg and then panic. Example, the tariffs. He pulls this trigger on these gigantic tariffs. He's going to take on the whole world, and then he retracts most of them. And then he retracts even more of them. And then he retracts the tariffs on specific industries. Then he retracts it on Taiwan. Then he retracts it on Vietnam. Then he retracts it, and he reeled it in. He pulled back. So my hope would be that once he hits the iceberg, the negotiations fail, and then the public has the reaction and the media says, peace through strength or concessions and weakness. More at 7. That angers him enough or scares him enough to make him say, okay, well, I'll take the win and sell you weapons. Maybe I won't send you a new aid package, but I'll do the thing that I said we were going to do before and make sure America gets its fair share. That is the only hope I could hold out for when it comes to the use of public sentiment. Of course, I think other tools should be utilized. I think the Europeans should use their leverage. I think others should use their leverage to try to get action from the United States. But that's why I think at least public perception matters to Trump, a man obsessed with branding.
Yeah, he
Mhm.
also kind of like campaigned hardcore on this issue. Like he campaigned on like multiple things, like tariffs, obviously, but he campaigned hardcore on like ending the war that never should have happened, all of that, right? So it was like big part of his messaging, like Dylan said. So I will think that it might look like pretty fucking bad, like on his record to fumble it but I honestly am not so optimistic as well, because I think like his MAGA crowd won't care. So if he fumbles it, they will just say, well, it's all like Ukraine's fault or some shit. Like they don't want to be like, they won't be like any, but the Democrats, I think, already are like maximum not pleased with him at this point. So I'm not sure like how exactly impactful that be. So I don't know. Like there is of course the public like perception and things like that. For example, the tariffs, right? I do genuinely, that's just my opinion, but I genuinely think Trump thought that nobody will retaliate. Like that's just my opinion, but I did think that he thought that he will announce the fucking tariffs. He will, like, blame everyone and call everyone like crooks and freeloaders and all of that, and then say, "Do not retaliate," like he did on like Twitter and everywhere, and that countries won't genuinely like retaliate and will just fold simply because United States is such a powerful player and have been like such a massive force in the Western world, right? But people did retaliate, Canada, and China and European Union as well. And I feel like, similar thing could be said about like Russia and Ukraine. I think they really did expect Ukraine to just turn over and get fucked basically. So I think that's one of the reasons they got so ass-pained with Zelensky actually, because he didn't really they couldn't really buy him or like pressure him to just admit when they originally arrived with that mineral deal, they like were ass-pained that he didn't sign it just immediately on the spot, like within like they're like I think like Witkoff or someone said like the treasury is waiting for you to sign it in like an hour or something like that, and he was like no.
Yeah, it was
I'm not gonna
Bassett.
do that. Bassett. Yeah, he was like, I'm not gonna do that. Excuse me. And like, so I really don't think they expected that sort of like like resolve from Ukraine and like European Union and everyone to
They
actually.
expected the proxy they've been told about.
Yeah, basically, yeah, because they have been like, oh, they will do whatever the fuck. These Ukrainians, man, they like depend on us, and we do depend on them. Like in terms of like, for example, Patriot batteries is one of the main issues right now, right? And we do depend on them, on their intelligence, insanely. Like, and obviously, it's a big, huge thing for us. But I don't think they knew what they were like dealing with over here, to be honest, because most people seems to be actually they managed to actually improve Zelensky's rating. By a fuck ton, and his approval as well in
Yeah.
Ukraine. Yeah,
Double
so
digits.
yeah, his brother is like about as liked as he used to be in like 23. So yeah, it's just pretty interesting that I think they like Russia always like miscalculates and underestimates Ukraine, and I think unfortunately for Trump's administration they also made that mistake in my opinion. But we shall see.
Indeed.
I just do want to say that maybe it's the belief of hope being unconquerable, and I'm just a human being, and that's my problem. But I just try to look for the avenues forward because Trump is such a flip flopper, and if you give him the opportunity to flip flop, he can. And I'm just imagining that when he walked into the White House, he was +1 on the economy with the American public, I believe, across the spectrum, or especially with centrists, he was up. Now he's down 30 points. That's a drop on the issue that got him elected of 30 points. So that's pretty massive. And so if he's failing on the economy, and I don't think he has really the tools or know-how to dig us out of the economic mess he's put us in, and that's the issue he got elected on, and then people look to the other issues he talked about, like Ukraine, and his peace deal failed, and cities are getting bombed, and it's getting worse. Him going to Zelensky and looking at the fact that he'll give him $15 billion for 10 air defense systems, that's called a victory. That's what I would call that in politics. I would call a W. I'd say, hey, American people, $15 billion for 10 air defense systems. I made them pay for the things Biden want to make them pay for. If you're in an economic crisis or a political crisis, little victories like that is Donald Trump's bread and butter. That's the shit he grabs to so he can have marketing W's. And so I'm not saying that this is even the most likely outcome. I'm saying Trump is a desperate animal, and he'll act like a badger in a corner and grab for whatever he will grab for. And if that means charging the American people for the air defense systems that we said we would stick with them to the end for anyway without payment, then that's what he'll do.
There's a good.
I don't
know. I really hope that he will stop not using those opportunities for the small victories. Would be cool. To now, asks next, Rick, and then we have the guys like Fuzzy and Noodles. Yeah, Fuzzy is not alone there. I think on the second seat there's Noodles, who's his brothers in arms, and he, yeah,
Will gotta go though, so I even stayed longer than I thought I would.
yeah,
So
I
yeah,
noticed.
yeah. So just chilling over here. So, but
Awesome.
yeah, I will go though. So yeah, nice. Thank you for inviting me and stuff, Rick. And hopefully I see you sometime in Kiev when I get there.
Yeah, please,
Because
I will be
it's been
happy
it's been a
to
while, yeah.
meet.
And yeah, waiting for Dylan getting here after his monk adventure in Finland. And yeah, and nice to meet you, Fuzzy, as well. And yeah, gotta go. And bye bye, everyone.
Thank you, Anna.
Stay cool. Stay
People
cool.
in the
Bye-bye.
chat were really, really happy to see you here today.
Thank you.
Not only
Yeah,
in the
bye.
chat.
Yeah.
Bye, and I live
No,
long and
bye.
prosper. Okay, so yeah, Fuzzy and Noodles, that question was like, they have lost so many brothers. What will they feel about just letting it all go?
Basura.
What?
Sorry, I was at a
Please,
checkpoint.
Yeah, so the question was next. And then we have the guys like Fuzzy and Noodles. What do they think? Like, they have lost so many brothers. What will they feel about just letting it all go?
So me and Noodle actually did have this discussion before. If this comes to like some form of political bullshit deal where like they just let Russia have everything that they've taken, like, I can imagine, like I speak for many foreigners here as well, like it would cause a massive uproar, and it would piss a lot of people off. That is one of my biggest concerns, because even though, like, as much as I do love Ukraine and want to stay in Ukraine, it's, if it comes to some form of bullshit political deal where they just say, "Ah, fuck it, let's just let them have, everything that they've managed to take, and we'll just keep the scraps," it's like, not many people are going to stand for that. And the fact that even like Trump knows that there's Americans over here that are literally like fighting and dying for Ukraine. And the fact that he's happy to sit there and just play ignorance to all of it just pisses a lot of the Americans off as well. But if it goes the way that Trump wants it to go, I can see it being a massive issue within country, especially for Zelensky as well. Because there's been too much bloodshed just to say, yeah, fuck it, let them have it. If that is what they want to happen, this could have just happened in 2022, and we would have still had thousands of lives and thousands of people still here. Like, a lot of people have invested a lot into this war. That's including governments and civilians and like soldiers themselves. So if they just give it all up, that'll be a massive kick in the teeth. And I probably won't stand for it. Have you got anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a case of everyone's lost friends and family in this war at this point, and to see it end in a way that doesn't actually preserve the integrity of Ukraine for what it was before 2022, and ideally before 2014, then personally my feelings are that why did we do it all? It's a hard pill to swallow, to be honest.
Yeah, guys, but we're like talking here about America just giving up, but Ukraine won't give up. Like, if United States decide to just get out of this negotiation and just ignore what happens here, this will be a big trouble for us because, of course, We are dependent on some
But-
Patriot missiles and another weaponry, and also on the reconnaissance from the satellites. But we will keep fighting. You will keep fighting, I'm sure. And I am sure that Zelensky won't ever agree to just giving up to Russians. No. It's his political suicide. Even if we take him for just a politician, which in my opinion he's not really a classical politician, because he was super stubborn to Trump, and presidents that we had before Zelensky could definitely already give a lot up, to just have some better positions for themselves. So in my opinion, it's going to be super hard and even harder. But no
That's
capitulation.
what we're saying. Like Trump wants Zelensky to turn his back on all of it. Like I can just feel it. Like that's what he's pushing for. Because if Trump can get Zelensky to just give it up and just say, right, fucking stop, then obviously this makes sense to why he's making so many like backhand deals and like kissing Putin's arsehole, because Putin will then have most of the lands that contains most of the minerals and the natural Ukrainian resources. So if Trump can, pull all of his like foreign aid to Ukraine away from it, then it might, Trump will then push like, right, okay, well, you've got fuck all now, give it up, do nothing, let Russia have it, and then fucking we will just make a deal with Russia where we can put private security as such on these natural resource plants, and we will mine the resources, and Ukraine won't bother touching it, because then they'll be touching America. That's the way I can see Trump trying to go with it, just by the way his behavior. He's behaving very Zionistic, which is not good. It makes him look more of a prick than he actually is. Because Trump could be a very, very good leader. He's a very, very good businessman. And the way he's going at the minute, to me, it seems as if he's trying to blackmail people into doing what he wants by threatening them with disaster.
Okay. Dylan, you have something to add to that? Or maybe argument and argue, not argument.
All I would say is I think, I'd do better not to bankrupt a casino as in being a good businessman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think I also can argue with that he's a good businessman.
Well, I think Trump's inclination here is that he wants to normalize with the Russians, and he sees the war as a barrier to that goal because he sees maybe potential business opportunities. And I think he is somebody who really cares about personal relationships, and he wants to develop that personal relationship with Putin like he has tried in the past. And I think he also wants to kind of portray himself as the great peacemaker of doing the thing that nobody else could do, but he doesn't have any of the skills, know-how, or anybody in place who could achieve that. Certainly not somebody like Steve Witkoff, this knuckle-dragging Neanderthal, could negotiate himself out of a pair of pants, let alone, into a peace deal. So I think that this negotiation is bound to fail. It's a question of how the tree will fall. If we can get the tree to fall in a way where sanctions stay on Russia, honestly, that's better than some of the worst case scenarios in my mind. And that's not me trying to be like, oh, I'm aiming for a low bar. That's me thinking all the aid in the world from the United States would be great. Removing of sanctions on the Russians will be one of the most disastrous things the United States can do, because American CNC machines flowing into Russia can increase artillery production. American electronic components can go into drones, can go into fixed-wing aircraft, can go into all sorts of jamming equipment that the Russians can use all across the front line. And the American capital that could flow into their economy is going to help them in the economic pinch that they found themselves in. As tough as they're playing in negotiations, it's not because they have the strongest hand around. It's because their negotiating partner doesn't even know how to play the card game.
Indeed. I want to address you, dear viewers and rollers, everyone who is here right now, we still need to raise today $1,114.93. So I ask you to donate either again if you still have the means, or for the first time today, ideally to my PayPal. That's the priority method. If you cannot do that, there's also Base. We need to raise that money to provide Fuzzy actually with a night vision device with the second one, because there is another one. Okay, sorry. I am trying to... Tuna, that is something that I cannot fix right now. Sorry. Yeah, got distracted by. But Night Vision for Fuzzy is not the only fundraiser we have right now. The main one that we're going to be contributing to today is car for 2 units, Seraphims from 104th Territorial Defense Brigade, and the one for 402nd Battalion of the 66th Brigade for Mongol. I've shown the photos, and we actually I showed the photos of him, and yeah, told you his story, guys. But today we actually handed over the truck that we're still raising funds for, because we did not reach the half of the fundraiser, which is 1 truck, and 2 trucks obviously is the 100% closed fundraiser. But it was a credit for us from Car for Ukraine, so we handed it over a bit earlier than we could raise the money. So I was filming that video today. Devin, by the way, was holding the camera, and I was just speaking there with Mongol. So Devin helped me with that. Thank you, Devin. And yeah, guys. So the video will be posted probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And I ask you to donate right now and well, help me reach that goal of of $3,000 during the stream. To reach that, we still need to raise, I remind you, $1,114.93. Thank you. The faster we get there, the faster I can go to sleep, and it's midnight in 1 minute here in Ukraine. Dylan, what time is there now?
In the United States right now, EST. Right now it's just going on 5.
Okay, got it. So it's almost 5, like 1 minute until 5.
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay. By the way, how much time do you still have for us today, Dylan?
I was going to honestly,
honestly,
maybe
please.
another 30 minutes max if we can do it.
Okay, no problem, man. Whatever you can give us. So I just got a donation from Andreas Lech, $50. It says more NV for the Pants Down Gang tickets for tonight. So Fuzzy, please tell Dylan and everyone else who still don't know that thing. What is the Pants Down Gang?
So Pants Down Gang, it was I've gone through a phase at the minute. I haven't really done it into the Discord chat for a while, but like whenever I send a picture of something, normally it features my trousers down by my ankles. And all you get is just like either the trousers and my shins, or just my feet and my trousers. So now I've started a thing called Pants Down Gang. So whenever anybody donates, they have to hashtag Pants Down Gang.
That's fun.
But like, I don't know why. Like, it's just funny.
It's better than a dick pic, right? So you're transforming it.
Yeah. To be fair, Andreas sent me a picture of somebody's. Not Andreas. The Tone sent me a picture of somebody's watch the other week. That was an interesting picture.
Somebody's what?
Watch.
A watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It had like, I think it was like, so it was a picture of a watch, and it was like the world's biggest dick, like underneath it, and I was like, what?
Okay.
Oh, it's one of those. I know the picture. Dog. They have a picture of the foreground that's supposed to derive your like primary focus, and in the background they like hide a penis.
Yeah, it's amazing. So yeah, I've been sending that to everybody lately at the minute.
Okay. I just got also the donation from Nikki Hill, $500. Thank you so much, Nikki. It brings us much closer to the goal. So what do we have now after these two donations? We still have to raise $564.93. Easy peasy. If everyone donates $10, who's here in the chat right now, we're gonna get what? One and a half
I just want to say as well.
thousand.
Look, so I've got the night vision here in my hand.
Awesome. That's the one, the
I'll-
first one from U Rollers.
It is, yes. I'll pull over now, just so you guys can like get a little like sneak peek into how it looks. And even though they're like, they're designed for civilians, not actually like military use. But you can really see like there's not actually any difference between the military grade as well as these ones. Let me just turn these fuckers on. Hang on. How the fuck, bro? So yeah, we'll turn them on like this, and then I'll turn the camera around. I hope I can see. Yeah, I can. Ooh. There you go. Yeah, hang on. You see?
Okay, yeah.
Whoa,
we
yeah.
do see it.
We can see
So yeah, you
perfect.
can.
No.
Oh, hang on. There you go.
There it is.
I
Yeah,
don't know if you can even see.
wait, we can.
Yes, we can.
The blinking lights. When the lights are blinking, we can see good, but without the lights blinking, it's not that visible. I'm being honest with you.
Hang on, like when I turn. So when I look through my eye, what the fuck, bro? Why are they still blinking? Oh, it's because I've got the indicator on. That's why.
Yeah, guys, Fuzzy bought it 2 days ago and he sent me the receipt already. So he said, okay, don't post it yet. I want to get 2 pieces and then I'll make a video, a thank you video for you guys. So, okay, he's trying to...
I don't know if you can even see me anymore. Oh, here you go.
We can see... Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they actually look a lot better, like, in, like, my eyeball. They look quite shit on the camera.
That happens.
You've sent me photos where it were very well seen, but right now it doesn't seem...
Maybe we could put some of those photos in the chat and we could show that to chat too. But I think, oh, there we go. I can kind of see.
Yeah. Now we
I
see
think it's
it.
because you have the lights on, right?
Yeah, there's if you look at the sky at the minute, there's like no like moonlight or anything down where I am. Taking my caps off. No, that happened. Oh, there you go. Fuck, that's bright. Oh, there you go. Without the caps, and there's no lights.
There you go. Yeah, no, that's perfect.
Oh yeah.
That works.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah,
works.
sorry, I monged it and I left the fucking caps on. There you go.
Yeah, I
So
figured.
that's the sky.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's pretty.
The sky looks beautiful.
So, you know, like, so when I was reading into them, people were saying, oh, you know, like they've got no IR floodlight on. They're Chinese, and everybody was like really scared of them, about committing to them. But a lot of like reviews and stuff like that, of people saying for like budget, they're off. Yeah, for like budget night vision, they're like one of the best you can get. And I completely agree. For the reason they're actually so cheap as well. Can you hold that, or just stick it there? The reason they're actually really cheap as well is because they don't contain like an IR floodlight. But you don't need IR floodlights in this war because the Russians do have night vision capability. The minute you start fucking around with IR floodlights, you give away your whole position.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good thing that it doesn't have IR floodlights, because you see a lot of people where they accidentally turn the IR on. And obviously that'll give away your whole position. But I love them. I think they're probably like the best night vision I've had in country, for definite.
That's good. I'm happy that
How
you're
much are
happy
they?
with it. Yeah, how much?
They were like, I think in the US you could probably buy them for like $4,500 or something like that. Over here they're 206 on the internet, but the guy gave me an amazing deal, and I paid 194,000. And then obviously he gave me a Wilcox mount, which is like 15,000 hryvnia for like 3,500-4,000 hryvnia, which is incredible, really. Like, I think it was more of a donation thing than it was cost thing for him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So he paid for this one in dollars with the current exchange rate, 4,757 approximately. 4,757 for the night vision goggles. It's
Спасибо.
yeah. So thank you, Fuzzy, for showing us that. The donation flow is pretty good, guys. Thank you. Let me mention them. $10 from Elvin Archer. Happy Easter, Rick. Just a little for Fuzzy. Hashtag pants down gang. Okay.
Hear that? Fuck was that?
What was that?
Sounded like a crash.
Oh shit. Luckily it's not you.
Yeah, it was like.
Okay.
Sorry, carry on, Rick. I just
100
got scared.
$193.93 from Danielle. 5 for rollers, 5 for me. May Fuzzy see the dark soon. Dylan, your documentary is very strong. I love it. Happy Easter, Rick, and all. Love from Montreal. Man, I pinned your documentary since you first mentioned it today. I pinned it in the chat, guys. So go and click the link and watch it if you haven't watched it yet. But I think most of my community watched it already because I already gave it a shout out when you launched it. I directed people to watch it, so I think most of them already watched it. Thank you, Dylan, for doing that job. And
Thank you for shouting it out. I appreciate it.
yeah, man, I really admire your work, as I told you, and I just need to follow your channel more because someone told me about that one, and then I shouted it out, not just because I discovered it myself. So guilty in that, not following your stuff enough.
Oh, it's not your fault. That's YouTube's fault. It doesn't put it in the recommended ever. YouTube hates war content, anything that's related to documenting the war.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it has a 3 letters attached to it. CNN, ABC, CBS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And of course I know it perfectly because I also constantly post war-related stuff, and I'm so shadow banned, man. Like, my videos can get 200 views. Like, tops these days is 600. So basically that's what I'm dealing with, but I'm okay. Now, $130 from Average Ogre, little money for Fuzzies, PVS, big hugs to all the brave defenders. It should be the season for rebirth and renewal. Happy Easter. Keep up the beautiful rollers. Keep up hope, beautiful rollers. Freedom and justice and cream eggs for Ukraine. Tickets for me, please. Okay, $10 from Tuna Ottoson. Hashtag pants down gang rolls. That's what she said. Oh my god, that's what she said. that's American saying, right? $314 left to raise, guys. Thank you so much for boosting it. All of you who donated.
Good job, everybody.
You are awesome. And there were 3 donations that I did not mention. There were before my call to action. Let me tell you what it was and from whom. So, just a second. Yeah, here it is. Lisa Gray. I think your nickname is the same in the YouTube as your name here. So, sorry if I doxed you, but I'm pretty sure. $10 for wherever needed. Thank you. Then $5 from Jonesy for whatever is needed. Thank you. And yes, Wizard of Ooze. There was one more donation that had this comment. A Wizard of Ooze limerick for penguins. for all the penguins that stand on beaches of ice, not sand. They have nothing to trade, whatever Trump says, just dumb tariffs for Congo, giraffes, and be damned. I'm not a good reader of poetry in English, I apologize. It could be more understandable. But, yeah. I'm not perfect. 10 pounds just now, Great Britain pounds from Mark S. Lottery win for Fuzzy. Rick, check out Frontline Medical. He's a Scottish guy serving in Ukraine. He's on YouTube. Could be a good guest. Okay, we'll check him out. But remind me in Discord, please. Thank you. I think Marquez might be Bill's Garage. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm mixing those two names.
It rings a bell, but it leaves me for now.
Okay, so since Dylan has just a few time left for us, a few time, can I say that, Dylan?
A little bit of time.
A little bit of time, yeah. I want to address some questions from the stream questions list. Opinion on the atrocities made by Russian invaders. What is the effect on you? From Tuna.
Effect on me?
Yeah.
So not like on the society, but like on me specifically?
Yeah, I think specifically on you. How did that change you? Maybe I would ask that question.
I think I mean, it's difficult to deal with. Seeing them drag the elderly out of the nursing home in Sumy was pretty bad. After the Russians struck the nursing home, but I've always had a soft spot for the elderly. I was raised by my grandparents, and so that was very difficult for me to watch. I think seeing just the openness and the blatantness at which it's done, because for me this is horribly, and I'm not a religious person, but it's Easter, it's extremely sinful, the hunting of people, the murder of people. And while I never doubted that there were sinners who would engage in such things, people who would go kill, go murder, for me it's the type of thing you dump in a river and you put like cement shoes and you try to hide it. You dump it, you dig a big deep hole in the forest and hope nobody ever finds it, and that nobody ever catches you, because if somebody catches you, you're gonna go to prison. But that's not how it is. Once the closer you get to the front line, the more law and order breaks down. And once you get to the front line, there really isn't any law and order outside of where the authorities can directly reach, which is and for places like Kherson, like very little in the east, very little in anywhere near the river. And even if they can get there, they're often attacked. Ambulance drivers, firefighters. And so seeing that breakdown of law and order, and processing how much war is really just a complete abandonment of all law and order near the front, I think that is something that it had an effect on me for. Maybe if it was a different war and it was, I don't know, the French and the Germans fighting over Alsace-Lorraine again, the conduct would be a little different. I don't know. But that's how that war affected me. I think it also hardened me for when I dealt with my own, like when the house burned down and everything. I think it, seeing, other people go through some tragedies also helped me personally, at least. At least that's the positive I try to take out for it, personally speaking.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And what else did we have there? Rick, if Dylan wants to meet firefighters, maybe you could put him in touch with Ed. Yeah, Dylan, I wanted to ask you if you met Ukrainian firefighters before in Ukraine, did interview with them, or at least interested in the topic in general. Because I know a guy who is representing an organization, Fire Aid, but also their project, new project is called Brave Minds, and they seek, it's actually Ed, Devin knows him, maybe you know him, Ed Matthews. Yeah. So if you don't, their project Brave Minds is aimed to provide mental support to firefighters because they are dealing with a lot of, also Russian war crimes. They rescue people and they also pull a lot of bodies from the rubble, and they see killed children. So, yeah, what about the firefighters in general for you?
I haven't done any embeds with firefighters. I've done embed with emergency, like medical personnel, first responders who go try to get the injured and retrieve them. That was in Konstantinivka. But the embeds are always, you just got to be at the right place at the right time. Remember, it felt a little bit like when I embedded with the air defense teams. I had to do so many days before I got the shots that I needed to tell the story because these tragedies kind of barge into these people's daily work schedule. It's not like, okay, at 7 we've got to help that kid that's going to get bombed. The Russians called us to let us know that they're going to go bomb that child. It kind of just barges in on you. And so it is something I was interested in embedding with firefighters as they did their work, and filming them and talking to them about their experiences and how it affects them. That is something I'm interested in. And I haven't done it yet. So no better reason to do it than if I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so if you want, I can connect you with Ed, and he will definitely help you with that.
Is it possible? Can I add on to that as well?
Of course. Fuzzy?
So when we was in, when I was last in Zaporizhia with Noodle, we were basically we were talking to the police because fucking idiot had basically hit my tire with his Lada. So obviously the police were called. But as we were talking to the police, I don't know what it was, but it was fucking huge. Just it hit one of a hospital in Zaporizhia. And the police officer just said, are you two medics? And I was just like, yeah, I am. And he was like, come with us. So we're driving through Zaporizhia at 100 miles an hour, flat out trying to keep up with these police. And when we get there, who do you think were the first people there? It was literally firefighters. And they were digging people out of rubble. And there was a guy, right? Me and Noodle had just seen blood leaking out concrete. And we were sat there trying to talk to this firefighter, saying there's a guy there, and he was there no. We were look, and then he kind of put his head down like this, and it was his head was just fucking folded in half. And the firefighters they're the ones left to pick up all of this shit, and it was the whole time we were there, me and Noodle were there there's going to be another one, because they always hit twice. But no, definitely, if you are gonna want to get real stories of civilian emergency services, and you actually want emotions connected to it, definitely go to the firefighters, because they see all of the real shit behind the front. So if I was you, I would definitely link up with a local fire department for sure.
Yeah, I think that's something I'm going to do this year. I'm really interested in doing it. And they're the first ones there. Usually, it's usually the firefighters, and so they're the first line of defense for everybody. And so they deserve the documentation of it, and they deserve the respect of it. But they also deserve the attention because once this is over, man, it doesn't go away.
Yeah, the PTSD is a huge thing, and we're gonna have a real challenge as a society after and before it ends. So many more mentalities will be not mentalities. Oh my god! So many more souls will be broken. Let's call it that way. Yeah. So that shit is serious and tough. And okay, I'm looking for more questions. Do you know Lisa Sokurenko? She was on Phil Itner today. Do you know her, Dylan? I don't know.
Is she from Kherson?
Yeah, Tonea, please specify if she's from Kherson. Next question, Dylan. Do you sense an uptick in anti-Trump sentiment in America? What's an uptick?
Yeah, I mean, yes. The problem is though, like if you were to ask the people who ended up voting for Trump whether they would vote differently today, I've seen some polls on it. This is one thing to say Trump sucks on this one, Trump sucks on that. I think only 2% of Trump voters actually said they would vote differently when polled. And that's one poll, right? But and you could view it like 2% moves off him, you motivate others to actually get off their ass and vote because they realize how bad it's going to be, then maybe Harris would have won. But the fact of the matter is that even if we had the election again today, there's a decent chance that it would still be close, even after people have seen the trigger get pulled on all these things. But what gets me a lot for a lot of these things where Trump is now, even by the people who voted for him, like, wait a second, what the hell? These aren't things that came out of nowhere. Like the tariffs, like the huge turnaround on the economy from being in the positive to being negative 30. These are things on the campaign trail where he said what he was going to do. He said he was going to tariff, but then he said it was going to mean taxing them, not you. And now people are finding out that what the economist said that actually is going to be a tax on you is true, and it's not screwing the foreigner, it's screwing you. Well, it's screwing the foreigner too, but you're screwing the foreigner to screw yourself, right? And I think that at the end of the day, it still shouldn't be this close. It still shouldn't be this close. And the fact that people are even flipping after he delivers on the promises he said he would do means that either they didn't take him seriously or they weren't paying attention to the finer details. I get it. You work 9 to 5. You get home. You want to see your kids. You don't want to spend your free time getting into the nuance of a transatlantic free trade agreement to see if it aligns with your economic values, right? I understand that. But he made tariffs a central part of his campaign. It should not be such a surprise to everybody on the economy what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Since it's been said, and it should not be such a surprise. But yeah, I actually did not know that there's going to be a tax, and it's going to also screw people, the tariffs. the citizens of the United States.
And most people don't know it, but Trump actually used emergency powers to institute the tax. The president of the United States should not have the authority to institute tariffs unilaterally without Congress's say so. But in the 1970s, there were emergency powers established that the president could do certain things like this if it had national security implications, if it was an emergency of some sort. Now, apparently, that Penguin Island was a national security crisis that we immediately needed to act on to stop those See, on its face, it's ridiculous. The problem is in the 80s, it was ruled by the Supreme Court that the mechanism to control these emergency powers, which was a veto by Congress, was actually unconstitutional, which means that they have the power. The president has the powers to enact these emergency declarations with no check on it to stop it. And that's the problem, that this power that has been slightly abused but not as abused by previous presidents. Trump's grabbing the lever and he's just going full throttle. He's doing more executive orders and emergency declarations than any president in recent history. He's this kick down the door shotgun approach. You do so much at once, kind of hard for the courts to stop you. That's what's happening with some of these, for example, immigration cases that were not done properly, that even they say were errors. It's just if you do it so quick, nobody can stop you.
By the way, Dylan, I want to ask you, this one is from me. Trump is really, Trump and Musk and all this DOGE, how do you call that, institution? Or
Doge,
yeah, piece of shit. So, that thing is aiming to, looking at it for what it is, right? It is aiming to destroy your institutions, right?
Yeah.
So, what that is needed for, to bring the dictatorship only, or maybe for some other reasons, or for some additional reasons? What
I don't think
aiming
Doge
for?
is going to be able to bring the dictatorship. I think Doge is dangerous, is the way that they're trouncing upon the Constitution. when you make a budget, the way it's supposed to work in the United States is that Congress has the Article 1 power of the purse, essentially meaning that they say $10 billion goes to tanks, $10 billion goes to tanks, right? They're the ones that outline that. They're the ones that vote on that, right? But the way that it's working now is that $10 billion goes to tanks. The government said no. And by government, we mean Trump said no. And this unelected group called Doge, which is advising the president, which did not get through Congress, was not approved by Congress, like the rest of his cabinet picks. They're given classified access to the IRS, the United States checkbook, which sees trillions upon trillions of dollars of value go through it every year. That's how everybody gets their checks from the U.S. government. They're given access to all of this. And now we're even having whistleblowers coming out and say that they're getting rid of some of the security mechanisms, for example, at the NLRB, which is the department that happens to deal with labor complaints. I wonder why the richest man in the world would have any interest at the department that has to deal with labor complaints. Or, for example, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which they also unconstitutionally gutted. My problem with Doge isn't that I don't want to get rid of fraud. If somebody's stealing from Social Security, then throw them in prison. We already have government departments to do this. My problem with Doge is they're using this extra governmental organization to usurp the congressional power of the purse, which goes to Congress, and Congress doesn't want to do anything about it because Congress is controlled by the Republican Party, and they've become a cult of personality to the point that they're willing to give up their own checks and balance power in order to please this man because they're scared of repercussions from him. That's my problem. My problem isn't that Doge even exists. My problem is that Congress isn't keeping Doge in line as a mere advisory group to tell the president, this is what you should tell Congress to do, pass the budget X, Y, and Z way. Instead, they're saying, oh, we'll just go in there and stop the checks. We'll just go in there and fire all these people. We'll just go in there and do it all without Congress's say so. And I live in the D.C. area, not in D.C., but in the D.C. area. I live in a county that has some of the highest amount of federal workers in the entire country, right? So this is like ground zero for these layoffs. I was raised by two civil servants, two federal workers, and these firings are not being done based upon who's the most competent. These firings are not being done based upon who is stealing or who is too gay and woke or whatever. It's being done. It's just being done against the organizations they don't care enough about, or towards the staff that they think are against their interests without Congress's say so. I.e., they cut the staff they don't care about that administers vaccines to places in Africa, and also you cut the institutions that regulate business without Congress's say so. That's my problem. My problem isn't that we're reducing fraud. My problem is we're ignoring the power of Congress, which is what the whole system is built upon. That's Article 1 of the Constitution. So page 1, section 1, start reading,
But isn't it already, I'm not sure of the definition of the direct definition of the word dictatorship, but basically Congress has no power now, and it is all in the hands of...
It's not that Congress has no power, it's that Congress has chosen to abdicate its power because it's controlled by the Republican Party. For all intents and purposes, as long as an election is held in 2 years, and Democrats are likely going to win because of the both historical precedent of first-term, midterm elections, the general trends of how what seats are going to be up for grabs. Just generally speaking, likely is that Democrats are going to take over the House. At that point, as long as Congress asserts itself, it should be able to retain those powers again and stop Elon Musk from going around the power of the purse. Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Party leadership are basically making the bet right now that they can work with the Trump administration on continuing resolutions and allowing everything to transpire up to the next election, where they will then retain the checks and balance system. Others, me included, believe we need to do more now. But I do agree that as long as Democrats can take back the House and they're sworn back into office, that check from Congress will reassert itself. But that's 2 years.
Yeah. They destroyed so much in just a few months. What will they
Well, I
do?
guess that now it's 18 months, not 2 years, but still, it's a ways off.
Yeah, it's still a lot of time. You know, also what amazes me how they started destroying science in the United States. What is it done for? To make America stronger and greater, of course, developing better technologies with less, not even less, but totally no spendings on science. What the fuck? what are they doing?
Some of it's ideological. Some of it's kind of like maybe it's financial. I mean, part of it's financial because research costs a lot of money, and Elon promised he was going to find somewhere to cut, and so he has to find somewhere to cut, right?
Mhm.
And so where do you cut? I mean, these nerds wearing glasses were never going to vote for Trump in the first place, right? So you cut the nerds. You cut the nerds that are outside of the district. I think also it's partially ideological. That there is this belief that American academia, is dominated by the left. And when you look at the voting patterns of those in higher education and of those in research institutions, they're not wrong that they're primarily either voting for Democrats or on the left wing spectrum, but that isn't necessarily something you number one, I don't even think that's necessarily an issue. Okay, some people believe something, some people believe other things, but number two, if you want to fix that, okay, send your kids to STEM. If you make your right wing kids interested in STEM fields instead of blowing people up in other countries, like that's the type of stuff you want to do if you want to get more people into these fields, not just like purge the institution and replace them with idiots, which is currently what we're doing. That's what we did with the National Institute of Health and RFK Jr., who said that he's going to figure out what causes autism by September. Did you hear that? We're going to figure out autism. The guy with no public health experience, who's never held an office like this, who's now the top health official in the country, who literally has brainworms. That guy is going to figure out what causes autism, the environmental factor, meaning he's going to find some paint or some type of nut, some type of, I don't know, it's pistachios. Pistachios have been causing all the autism, okay? But that's what he said he's going to do, while pausing research on vaccines for the next 5 years, pausing research funding for the next 5 years on certain types of diseases, because he needs to figure out what's going on. So we're going to have gigantic scientific discoveries on top of our gigantic scientific budget cuts, because we don't trust these institutions that we're now trusting to figure out these discoveries. It's mismanagement by people who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping that the private sector and the individual scientists will be able to trudge along for the next 4 years under the knowledge that any federal funding should be seen as a gift from God and not guaranteed.
Oh man, it is like, so you don't think they will be able to totally bring you to the Stone Age, and like it's gonna be inevitable to bring back your economy to feet, and just like your scientific fields, like everything, like they're now they're gonna decrease the number of embassies of US around the world. They stopped the how do you call that, departments that were fighting propaganda, including Russian propaganda.
Yeah, they shut down the Department of 40 people that were researching Chinese, Iranian, Russian, and terrorist propaganda misinformation circles. They put them all on leave, which is one step before they're gutting it.
So
Yeah.
you think it's gonna be like possible to quickly reinstate all of that? And
No, it won't. This is what's really dangerous about this is, let's say that everything goes the way that I would prefer in the next 4 years, and in 4 years we have President I don't know who it doesn't matter. It could be Chris Murphy for all I care. Of course there's people I would prefer, but point is it's not going to be JD Vance, right? It's not going to be somebody of the MAGA ilk, and we have a strong like democratic Congress. Okay, let's say that we've achieved all of that, and we're able to start bringing these institutions up. Everybody we've laid off is not going to disagree to come back.
Mhm.
Like you laid somebody who's built up 30 years work experience, you smack them and scare them away. That's an insult. That's an insult to them. That's an insult to their family. That's an insult to food they need to put on the table. That's an insult to their future and their
Mhm.
certainty and safety that they thought that they would get with government work, because that's what government work does. It provides you a reliable job, a good pension, and a future for your family. That's what people love about government work outside of being able to contribute to your country. And now that you've taken that away and you've insulted them for likely in many fields taking a pay cut for something they could have made more money doing in the private sector, but chose to do it for their country, and then you smack them, they're going to come around, turn around, come back, be reintroduced back into the federal system, back into the federal workforce. What happens if a Democrat loses in the next 4 years, and then you got President J.D. Vance, who's once again decided that researching this is no longer important? This lack of vision from administration to administration, this lack of continuity between research and institutions, that's the thing that really scares me about
Yeah.
this gigantic gulf between our parties right now on how to administer the country on a basic level. And when I mean administer the country, I don't mean taxes should be higher, taxes should be lower, or we deserve we deserve to have complete gun rights, or, maybe we should regulate guns a little bit. No, I'm talking about, should we have institutions that are controlled by Congress? Should the president just be able to come in here and chop away at a moment's notice and destroy decades of work in creating an institution on a whim? In the middle of the night without Congress's say so. This is, and not to mention the issues of import that the two sides actually care about are becoming bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Not a lot of the root causes, poverty and stuff. Those things are still the same, but what we think the causes of them are just separated so much. We're in a very difficult place.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just, like, even if it goes well, and in 4 years you will have the Democratic president and you will have the Democratic House, right? The damage that all of it will do in the 4 years, and not only inside the country, but also what China will be achieving meanwhile for these 4 years. What Russia will be able to do with all this Witkoff bullshit and Trump really kissing Putin's ass. What it will turn world into. I believe that these days 4 years is a long term enough to turn this world into something really different that will be really hard for US to get back to the leadership position into,
Getting America back into the primary leadership position isn't even necessarily my goal, or I don't even think should be the goal of people who care about liberal freedom and democracy. Now, what I care about democracy. I care about republicanism. I care about civil rights across all borders, right? If America drops the torch, then I move my loyalties, not necessarily for I still love my country, but I move my loyalties with the torch of liberty. That's at least how I view it personally. And my view is, in the meantime, into 2 to 4 years, where Congress is going to have weakened authority in controlling the chief executive, and Donald Trump is in office, who has a lot of power as chief executive over foreign policy, other people have to hold that torch. Other people, other nation states, other groups have to step in and fill the gaps that we cannot say that the United States is going to fill. I talked about the hopefulness at which public pressure can allow for weapon sales. I talked about all of this, but we cannot take these as guarantees. These are the types of mistakes that Europe has made up to this point that has put us in the position that we're in right now. Like, oh, well, when Harris wins, we're not going to have to worry about it. Because then, we still got and I wanted Harris to win. I donated, I wanted her to win. I advocated for her to win. I talked on every program I could about how much of a disaster a Trump presidency would be for Ukraine. Some wanted to roll the dice. I advised against going to the roulette table. We've gone to the roulette table. We did not win, okay? We have to go forward with this responsibly. And that means preparing for every externality and not just hoping that the United States will change its mind. We need to be prepared for the externality where the United States removes sanctions on Russia, which is not something we should move towards. It's something we need to fight against. It's something we need to make clear to the United States there will be consequences if you do that. And we need to really show them that you're threatening the transatlantic relationship and you're driving Europe towards the Chinese. There has to be some amount of pressure, but we need to prepare for that externality because it could happen. And we can't keep taking these things for chance.
Mm-hmm. You know, I know that United States should not necessarily become the leader again in this world, right? But the problem is this world is how it happened is too dependent on US now, and considering the resources that you guys possess, and how the whole Europe is dependent on it, it's really gonna take decades for everyone to get independent. And considering that China is just lurking around and offering their leadership everywhere and their dependency to those countries. I'm looking at the European leadership these days, and unfortunately, half of the countries are really not ready to take their own leadership, and become independent. They just look to business as usual with war criminals like Putin, or they don't care about being dependent on China. And even though they are afraid of US just totally turning your back on them, they they will just seek it somewhere else, and they still, yeah. So I really don't see how it goes the good way from now. Even if in 4 years, you guys, let's, for example, in 4 years the Democrats got all the power back, right? We still, I lost my thought there, man. Sorry. First of all, I noticed that I'm taking more of your time that you promised to us. And I'm just a bit, I'm just trying to, you're giving great perspective, and I like this conversation right now. I really
It's
like
okay.
it.
You can ask me if you have any more burning questions, ask them away. The reason I said 30 minutes is it's 4:20 and I need to celebrate my holiday.
Okay, 4:20, you said 5:20 now.
No, it's 4:20 as in the day of the month. It's April 20th.
Wait, your birthday? When was
No, it's 4:20 is a religious holiday for my
shit,
people.
it's Easter today, yeah.
Yes.
Same here, man. We had Easter today. I got driven away by this talk. Yeah, let's just see what future brings. We keep fighting our fights, keep pushing where we pushing. You keep pushing in the awesome journalism work. I keep pushing in fundraising. We just need to raise around $275 more to get to 3,000 today. By the way, guys, keep donating, please.
You guys can donate. I'm sure you guys can donate. I know you guys can do it. Is there anything you chatters want? What do I have to? I'll sing a song. Somebody donates it. What do we have to throw out there?
Well,
What type of loot?
If you can sing a Rickroll, never gonna give you up.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Never gonna run.
Never gonna go around and desert you.
Never gonna make you cry.
Never gonna say goodbye.
Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
Hurt you. If that was not worth exactly $275, then I am apparently bad at deriving value.
Well, guys, I see that people were really excited to see you here today. I see in the chat they were constantly messaging. that, yeah, I don't know if you were reading the chat during the stream. I forgot
Oh
to.
no, I wasn't. I was just concentrating on the conversation.
Yeah, I got it. But, okay. Anyway, it is what? It is almost 1 a.m. here in Ukraine. And I want to let you go and celebrate. Dylan, thank you very much for joining today. I would like to invite you more often if you don't mind. It's me sometimes.
Rick, anytime you need me here, if the purpose at all is to fundraise and to help make sure that we're getting the supplies over there, I feel especially due to the, my country, I gotta make up for my countrymen. Okay, so if you need to invite me, feel happy to invite me anytime. Okay, I might not be able to go every time, but anytime I can, I will.
Thanks, man. I'm not gonna be bothering you too much, but in about 2.5 weeks, we're gonna do the first time stream in person. Like, we're gonna be talking to each other in person, and rollers will be able to ask some questions. So that's another experience. I bet you'll like it. So
Yeah, it'll be nice.
yeah, I'm waiting for you here in Ukraine.
I'll see you soon, man.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
Yeah, live well and prosper, brother. Bye.
Bye bye.
Haji, thank you very much for $5 super chat. I was too late to read it. Thank you, Dylan. Your insights are great. I totally agree with that. And guys, the beginning, the intro of the stream was too short, and I forgot to talk about the prisoner exchange that happened yesterday, and it's really a joyful news. I talked about it on the Free Azov stream today, and I really am happy that happened. And I told you that Vladislava from 69 Sniffin Brigade, who were waiting for her brother for 3 years now, her brother was exchanged yesterday, and she was so happy when I messaged her today, and she wrote a voice message to me. Her voice was so damn happy, and I'm happy for her, and I'm happy for all the families who now have their loved ones back from Russian captivity, from that torture, abuse, starvation that they went through, also psychological torture, which can be sometimes worse than a physical one. So I'm so grateful to you that you support the Free Azov movement, that you're a part of it, basically. Thank you for that. So let me calculate and tell you the exact sum of money that we still have to raise. So after those £10 minus $20 from Otto Photograph, his nickname is there in the chat. Otto, thank you for that donation. He says, a small contribution so I don't have to take off my pants. The neighbors might be offended. That's a nice one. I wonder if Fuzzy's still listening. Fuzzy, are you still there? I noticed the message about the bad signal, and police keep stopping them with noodles. Or not the police, like roadblocks, right? So then after that, 20 Canadian dollars from Julia Fira. Happy Easter. Happy Easter to you, my friend. So 20 Canadian dollars is $14.45, which is, I'm minusing it now, $14.45. And $5 just now from Jonesy. Beautiful singing from Jonesy. Thank you, Jonesy. So minus 5, and it brings us to still to raise $261.28 today, guys. It's totally fine if we don't reach the goal, but it's only a few bucks left to reach it. Only $261.28, I remind you. And I remind you that you're actually buying the tickets for this awesome patch, for the raffle of this patch, which will happen in just, 10 minutes if we raise all the funds in 10 minutes, or in 20 if we raise all the needed in 20, and so on. So this patch is of the 25th Brigade. It's not new, it's worn. not worn out, but pretty much worn, you can tell. And it was given to me, to us, the community, for the help for them. I thank you for that, guys, and you please keep donating. Let's get to that goal. And if each of you send whatever you can, $5-10, we'll get there fast, really. So please do that. And what? This community is indeed great. I see a lot of people, not a lot actually, a few people dropped off. It's late for Europeans. It's late for Ukrainians. It's what? It's Easter celebration for all the world right now, and a lot of people should really, instead of being here, go and celebrate with their families. So I'm really, really grateful for still 121 person being here with me in this on this Easter, raising funds, having this awesome conversation. Rick keeps rolling. Yeah, Mopsy's gone. Danielle says, Rick, oh my god, I am so glad for her. At every exchange I hope for this, I cry of joy. Yeah, I can relate. I'm really happy for her too. Slava Azov. Yes, glory to Azov. That's a glorious brigade. And now the Corps, the whole military corps. Well, Army Corps, we call it, not the military corps. Of the National Guard, by the way. By the way, MST, where are you from? I'm curious. And yeah, people keep leaving the stream since the main guests, who are super interesting to talk to and to listen to, are off, and a lot of people were for conversation with them here. But on your way out, guys, please don't forget to donate if you have the means to. It really helps the army. I'm not raising funds for anything for myself, anything for civilians, only for the defenders who need your support, and you're providing it, and for that I'm really grateful. Thank you, my friends. Sam K says, Rick, can you get someone to costume make you a carrot microphone windbreak so it looks like you're talking to a carrot just for laughs? Nah, maybe not. I don't know. I just did not get the concept, to be honest. So, okay, guys. Donations are not coming yet, but they will be coming. I'm sure that we get to the goal pretty soon. Only $261, 28 cents to raise. Left to raise. Please do help me with that. Let's watch the video from the exchange yesterday. I really want to see it. Photos and videos, and yeah. I think somewhere on the other channel, maybe? No, not really. I don't think I saved that one, unfortunately. $277, just fantastic. I think some video should be on Deep State. Let's see. From yesterday, that's coming. Yeah, that's only a photo there. I saw a great video somewhere on some channel, but I cannot find it now. Cannot find it quickly. So, not a great presentation it is, but let's look at the photos. You can see how skinny all of them are. Really, Russians are starving, and if not starving, they are treating our soldiers with really bad food. Not treating, but just feeding them with some shitty food, giving them shitty food. I got 2 more donations, $361 from Silver Earth. Let me, no comments. And £5, 5 more pounds from Numpty Bumpty. So yeah, Numpty Bumpty told me in the chat. I noticed that Mark asked that it is you. Not Bill's Garage, Numpty Bumpty. The comment says, yes, I know that. Thank you very much, Numpty Bumpty. I noticed that. From near the Arctic Circle, close to Russian border. Finland. Huh, I guess so. I guess you're from Finland, MST. Is it Mrs. T or something else? I'm curious. So guys, with that, with those 2 donations, we still have a lot to show. This video, Fragden Schizo asks, no, not this one, not the one there where they're screaming, but the one where they are like shown one by one, like one soldier with his family hugging, one soldier talking to his family, those types of that type of video. So please, if you guys know it or have seen it, please share it with me. $20 from Phil H. 2 tickets, please, Rick. Phil H. That I'm back from Kyiv Independent. Maybe this is the one. We'll check. MS is pronounced Ms. Miss, like Ms. T. Ms. T. Like Miss and Mrs., right? Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much for $20 donation. So let me calculate once again how much £5 is. Yeah, so we need to, doesn't work like that. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, where's the G? Great Britain pounds. No, it doesn't work like that. Maybe British pounds? Not like that too. I thought, Great Britain pounds, exactly, so it should be G. Wait, I checked the G already. Yeah, GBP. Okay, once again, I needed to do it like this. $6.63 minus 6.63 and minus 20, $231.04 more to raise. I joined the Discord. Thank you, Sam K. from Kyiv Independent. Yeah. Okay. Let's watch that one. Copy the link. Easy. As you probably can tell by my voice that I'm pretty much tired. I'll turn the music off. Wait, that's a long one. A longer one. I turned the sound off because I wanted to not get copyright, another one for this music. And okay, this one is still not that. Francis Farrell, reporter, seems familiar. I mean his face. So where are they coming back? Here somewhere. Is the music playing? The injured guys, and here are the guys. Oh, here's Yermak, guys. You remember the famous rapper? He was there. He was meeting his guys too.
For the lucky families and brothers in arms who have made the trip out, the happiest of reunions.
Yermak equals boss level talent. Check out his Babylon. Yeah,
Regardless,
Babylon
The wait goes on.
is amazing. It was a very, is a very good song. Tunap posted it in the rules channel, if I remember correctly. Are you talking to me, guys? So, yeah.
Українську мову звідусіль, тому що в полоні це було дуже важко. Нарешті я був серед українців, і я й був серед українців, в принципі, тому що я сидів з хлопцями з України, як ніяк. Але там було важкувато з цим моментом. І от я
народження. Да, у мене залишився брат в полоні з Азовсталі, з Маріуполя.
Було дуже психологічний натиск.
There was a lot of psychological pressure. They kept saying that we were of no use to anyone, that we were just meat, that we would just die. They would constantly call us neo-Nazis, neo-Nazis, ukrops.
Неонацисти, укропи і так далі. Пішло-поїхало.
Павленко. Ні. Так. Баронов Ернест. Нет.
Before heading off, some soldiers take the time to try and help identify some of the missing.
Владимирська область. Це я там задержався.
Guys, I just got a donation from Nikki. Nikki, it should not be you again. $232. Well, in my opinion, it should not be you. Rollers could, in joint effort, they could also do that. But thank you. Thank you. I'm really grateful. So, guys, we got to the goal. We got to $3,000 and even got over it a bit by around $1. Getting verified and full access. Welcome to the server. Guys, you were talking about that, about joining the Discord. Got it. So, thank you very much, Nikki. Tickets 50-50 for you. Guys, as soon as we finish with tickets, we'll do the raffle of this patch, and we'll be able to finish the stream after that really soon. So, I'm going to get to the tickets. I'm going to work on them right now, and I want to, I don't know, I just want to work on that. 119 people still watching. That's really cool. Thank you for keep being here, guys. Thank you for that. GG, Nikki, indeed. Nikki, you're awesome. Hey, gifted memberships started being given just now from Cass, the first gifted today. And only 2 of them, you see. Not the 10 that she gifted back there. So, totally broken membership system. Getting verified and full access. That's not a message for me. But I need to keep working on the tickets real quick so we could do the raffle as fast as possible. Or as fucking possible, of course. It can be like that. Okay, so I think that should be close. Let me see. Hey, Jonesy donated 2 times $5, so I need to give her 10 here. I mean a ticket, so let me delete the 5 from there. No specification. Yep. Okay. And now, who was next? After Average Ogre, we had another one from Tunam, $10. And after that, one more from Numpty Bumpty, or was it I'm just gonna put Mark S again. if you don't mind. Oh wait, it's actually not another one, it's the first one. The second one is a bit later. Yeah. So Mark S, different Sangama, not Sangama. So Numpty Bumpty then. Numpty Bumpty. 10 pounds. Then Otto Hightower. I was just today watching the last episode of the House of the Dragon, the TV show from the Game of Thrones franchise, and I really love those TV shows, Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, and this year, this summer, they are presenting the new TV show from that franchise. It's going to be called The Night of the Seven Kingdoms, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, any more fans of those TV shows here? So who's next? Silver Earth 361. Who's next? Okay, I'll give you 15 pounds here since your second donation. Numpty Bumpty, since your second donation can be added to that one. Phil H, 2 tickets, please, Rick. Mm-hmm. 2 tickets for you, Phil. Next, Nikki Hill, and the last one, by the way. So, guys, it is also 50-50, right, Nikki? This time, tickets, and it's $232. So that means 12 tickets to you and 11 to Rollers. Yeah, so this one is going to be from Nikki Hill. You guys have given a lot of pluses already. And 11 to Rollers. One more. This one, yeah. Okay, so it should be 230 and last one for $12. Good. Plus, Rick. Nikki says, okay. Our trumpet Elon, the 2025 Dumb and Dumber. Yeah. Just like, yeah, I'm just stuck. I'm very tired, guys. I apologize for being slow right now. But you know what? I actually worked on the sheet pretty focused. You see, I was not distracted myself from it. So I'm not bad today. Not so bad. Okay, guys. I wanted to share something with you that I promised to share with you for some time now. Give me a second. I'll check here first. Okay. Okay. That's April. Well, considering this in April, my income could be the same average one as before, even considering the Rick doesn't sound Ukrainian to you. Well, I am Yaroslav, and Yaroslav is Yarik. You may have known that, and Yarik is Rick. So This is my real name. This is just a short version of it. So you can love whatever you want. And that's my real name. Are you a troll or you're a supporter of Ukraine? I'm really curious. Discipulus incognitus. I'm trying Discord, Elizabeth Rideholm says, but it's not working. So if you lived in Truskavets, you definitely gotta know the name Yaroslav and the short version of it. Troll, Mopsy's Gun says, I support the Soviet people, then you gotta fuck out of here. Fucking troll. Yeah, so thank you, Andreas, for bunking that troll. Whoa, I just got the donation of $500 from iJedi. iJedi, damn, thank you. Happy Easter, he says. Slava Ukraini. Heroям slava, my friend. Thank you. Damn, guys, some extra 520. Now 20 from Wizard of Ooze. He says, Wizard of Ooze, okay, not a problem. Just a haiku. Our efforts together, a shining ray of hope, burning Russian ghouls. Thank you, iJedi. That's massive. Are you right there in the chat? Are you gonna be doing what? Chatting with us a bit, at least? Thank you, iJedi. Soviet people, yeah. Just a troll. Fuck him, fuck the trolls. Don't bother with them. They are here to make you angry, to irritate you. I just reacted and like, nah. Get the fuck out of here. That's it. Yep. Holy shit, I didn't know iJedi had it in him. Well, iJedi actually is donating like every few weeks and donating a few hundreds of dollars. He has it in him constantly. I mention him time to time, like once per 3 weeks. I mentioned his donation, and you just didn't notice it, I guess. But it's hard to notice everything considering how many streams I do per week, you know. Yeah. It's actually good that some trolls are coming to the horizontal streams too. Right, guys? That means we're bit by bit getting out there, or maybe just being what? Maybe trolls are just getting more active. Who knows? Sophitus incognitus don't get sucked out of the window. Yeah. Okay. The thing I wanted to show you is the statistics on YouTube. But I'm thinking, would you like to see it? Yeah, is it useful? Let me start a poll. I'm actually interested. Show you the YouTube income. I've been doing that before, and I was thinking of maybe doing it again right now. And then I think, what about I ask you if I should do it or not? We'll see. Vote, please, guys. Vote in that poll. For now, more people... Yeah, it's 50-50. Some people would like to see it, some not. I'm a pretty open person. I want you to know how much I earn from YouTube. I'm totally transparent with the part of the base, Donatello, and Patreon, the subscription services. You can see the progress bar up there, guys. You see $2,319, and it's approximately, by the way, 51 cents. That's what I earn from. That's what I earn from subscription platforms, and what I earn from YouTube is something I shown a few months ago only, and haven't been showing that. Yeah, Tunes says iJedi is always lurking. He donates quite a lot, in fact. Yeah, he does. Thank you so much, iJedi, for that. Respect. And everyone who donated today, you know, guys, I respect you and admire you a lot. And I'm really trying to follow your leadership by example and being as generous as you are, guys, and donating to all the Ukrainian fundraisers I see. Standard sum of money these days, it's 500 hryvnias. I try to donate this fixated sum of money to every fundraiser. It's what? Around $12. Yeah. Orcus Sovieticus. Yeah, I like this one. Okay. So, poll is giving us only 36 votes, guys. 109 people in the chat. Why aren't you voting? Rick, I don't care about how much you make. Your great work speaks for itself. Well, thank you. I just, my income on YouTube is getting lower, so to be what? To confirm that, I would like to show that. So I actually feel the need to show it to you today. I saw that video, a bit of that video before, very emotional. Laura says, the lady finds out her MIA loved one is alive in captivity. That's amazing. So yeah, women approaching those guys who are in captivity, and they show them the photos of their guys, of their loved ones, and they really can sometimes discover that they are not missing in action, but they are in captivity. That's amazing. Honestly, don't care as long as you make a living. It's enough for a living, but kind of what? Not to develop, not to do some savings these days. Just spending, I think, 90 or 95% of it. Thank you for all your work, Rick. Thank you, XY. I do this work. It's an honor to do it, and it's actually a privilege. And also getting a salary for it is a lot. It's, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you guys for really making a salary for me and making me being capable of making this my full-time job, and really, working on it all the time and not needing to go and work for some company again that really doesn't really value their employees. So basically, I'm working for my community now, and for Ukraine, of course. But since you guys pay me money, that means I'm working for you. But damn, I like it. You're amazing employers. Totally up to you, Rick. Show if you feel like it. If not, it is good as well. You're doing incredibly selfless work. You have earned every bit of it. Not really selfless, to be honest. Since I get the salary, you cannot call it selfless. But the type of the work, since I raise funds for Ukrainian army and do interviews with soldiers, volunteers, maybe you can call that selfless, but not to the full extent. I'm definitely not a saint or like Helena, guys. She's not the saint too, but damn, she's close to it. She would like to give everything she has. My friend who makes the med kits. I remind you guys, if you forgot or don't know, that's what I'm talking about. We're privileged to have you. XY, where are you from, by the way? Thank you for these kind words. You're doing, the tracks of my tears, Cheryl says. What do you mean by that? Totally, Yes, Andres. Tears, I think, Tune. Transparency, Tune was saying that. Yeah, that's important for me. This is why I also feel the need to show it to you guys. I've been doing it before. Why not do it once again today? Yeah, so I'll go and show it to you. And yeah, you will actually see that I am not just a greedy motherfucker who wants more and more, but it is really decreasing lately. So here is the estimated revenue. I can actually show you the 2025, yeah. But no, it's not like that. Huh. How do I show it? Last 90 days? But what about the monthly or something? I'm showing it already, yeah? Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay, good. I decided to do it, so I'm just doing it right away. Now, not right away. I did a poll before. So I usually go like month by month. No, it doesn't work like that. What the fuck? Where do I change it? Here. No, not in revenue. It was an option here that you could choose, like show monthly or weekly. No, not monthly or weekly. It's like April. Okay, for April, you see, right now it's $1,020. And it's been 2/3 of the month. So if we go with the same pace, I'll get to 1,500, right? It's logical. In March, it was last month. It was 1,000. Oh, here it is, a month by month, I guess. Yeah, you see March, February, January. So you see, last year in March. So now we see yearly. And last year in March, I got 2,000. Then in April, wow, 2.5 from YouTube. 2,000 in May. So it was like around 2,000, right? Sometimes over it. Like in June, it was crazy, almost 3,000. 2, 1, like around 2, right? But in January, well, it's still around 2. In the 2 average 1,000, right? But in February it got to 1,650, in March 1,769, and here in April with the same pace I'll get to, well, 1.5. So it's the downward going tendency, it seems. I think this bug with memberships not being gifted is affecting it, and that's maybe the main thing. But also might be the change, might be the change in general situation in the world, Trump's tariffs, and also like in general Trump coming to power and really firing a lot of employees. So yeah. Do you know that song, Rick? Take a good look at my face. You know my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. No, I don't know that one. Thanks, Rick, for everything you do. If not you, then who would have fundraised for the smaller units that desperately need the help? For self-determination and democracy, live long and prosper. Thank you very much. Did you talk to the support? I am, for some reason, procrastinating that shit. I need to talk to the support, but through my manager. I have the YouTube manager, and I need to talk to them through him, and not through the not through the regular one, because the regular one are total shit. They are acting like bots. Maybe they are bots indeed. Happy Easter to you. Happy Easter to everyone, guys. Thank you for your work is important. Numpty bumpty. Word in context spelled correctly. Tears or tears, right? Got it. Exactly. I consider it is a privilege to be able to help on this. Thank you, Levy. Thank you very much. Smokey. You need to provide that this is happening to you every week. Yeah, Fragrance Schizo. By the way, it was not every week. Because there was a period like 1 month or 2 months without this bug. But yeah, definitely need to talk about it. Okay, I make a statement for myself. Is it a statement or resolution? This Sunday resolution that next week I finally write to the customer support about this issue. So you guys, basically, Rick the Ukrainian transparency on the screen. I show you, how it is unfortunately declining, but also it also depends on the shadow ban of my channel. It also depends on what? How did I do that? Yeah, like this. For example, only when you choose March. So here it was like in average 2,000. Now it's getting to average 1.7 thousand. But we'll see how it unravels. This is why I usually ask you if you can buy more memberships. Buy them, because without me asking, it could be even smaller in my opinion. Maybe not, but who knows. But yeah, let's see how April ends. Thank you for looking at this part into the insides. I don't think you can see this on any other channel, and a lot of people are just like not saying anything about it. It is like, like it is ignored. But I think for me it's important to share this information with you, to let you know, to be honest with you, to also prove that it is going down, and I'm not lying to you when I'm saying that it is going down, and I ask you to buy some memberships or super chats. I don't like to ask, to be honest, but that anxiety that I have, that my income will just go further down and down until I won't be able to sustain, well, what, the same level of life, which is pretty good right now. But you know what the problem is? My YouTube channel is a business as any other. Yes, we have, like, since I earn money, technically it's a business, right? So any business needs a development. Any business needs to grow, because without it, it's just gonna first stagnate. And I feel a bit of a stagnation in this business right now. And then it will just go down and bankrupt at some point. So to develop my business, the income should grow. And yeah, right now it is not growing. And this is why I constantly talk about it. I ask you to subscribe to my base, to Donatello, and yeah, I would like to not talk about it. But I'm not the YouTuber who is growing with crazy numbers, like thousands every month, and being just fantastic and amazing, so people just want to worship them. I don't need that. I don't need the worship. I need transparency and honesty. I need, yeah. You and Brandon are transparent also, Zigas Paul. Your investors still believe in you. I know that, Andreas. The problem is, it's always that anxiety. I still see that a lot of investors believe in me, but here and there, like now and then, some of them drop out, like Fred, for example, without telling anything. But it's just a few, but it still gives me that anxiety that it will continue, and it's just that some people have that amazing total like self-confidence or just confidence in themselves. Unfortunately, I don't have it. Like it is there, but I constantly doubt myself. And so order a kebab, Rick, with spicy sauce. Some cases. Rick, remember there are plants and sleepers. The Russians will do this to demoralize you. I know that. I mean, I'm not really paying attention to that. I just like to see what, not like, but I am looking at the dynamics. And I know it's not always because I'm doing the bad job. Not all of it depends on me. But it's also about looking at other people, other channels, and how they grow. And I am what? And that shit. You deserve the help, Rick. You commit most of your current days to helping others. You deserve the help too. Thank you, Fuzzy. I ask you guys, if you have the means and you are still not subscribed to my base or Donatello or Patreon, and you can do that, please do subscribe, because that's more, I would say more profitable income, because YouTube takes 30% fee, and base, for example, only 3% fee, and then I pay 6% tax from it. And Donatello takes 4%, and what? By the way, I forgot to mention or remind you that for subscribing to my base Donatello Patreon, you will get the patch according to the level of subscription. Stinger patch for Stinger level, Javelin patch for Javelin level, Bradley, Abrams, HIMARS. Here's, for example, an Abrams patch here. So a beautiful patch I'm going to send you, and I'm also going to send you the additions. So guys, if you're already a subscriber on the base but did not get it from me but would like to get it, please, and also Donatello and Patreon, of course, please contact me and give me your address, and I will gladly send it to you. Thank you. Hey, Greg Terry. Good to see you. Rick, you asked us if you should go full-time, and if we were willing to support you. We all agreed. Only wish I could support you more. Martin UK says. Any support you can afford. But yeah. Thank you very much. $20 donation from Lynn S. I gotta mention. Sorry I missed today. Happy Easter, everyone. Happy Easter to you, Lynn. Thank you. Thank you for $20 donation. Yeah, so guys, if anyone wants to subscribe today, you will make me definitely a bit happier. Well, I showed you the YouTube statistic now. Now you see it for yourself. Not a big drop, but it is going down with each month there. So this is why I'm asking for you to subscribe to these platforms. Okay, Rick, that's enough talking about your income. I thank you guys for listening to me, watching it, and yeah, just being okay with me being so transparent. Okay. Hey, Levy, thank you very much for that super chat. Keep up the good work, Rick. $5 super chat. I appreciate it a lot. And since memberships are not working on my channel, not really working now, you guys, what? You guys can buy super chats. Thank you. Okay, guys, I actually need to do the raffle. Yeah, I need to do it. And what? That's it. If you need the link to my base, guys, moderators will send it to the chat with the help of the Nightbot. Okay. Oh, wait, by the way, more tickets because there was iJedi sending $500. I forgot. We cannot do the raffle yet. Wait. So, iJedi never asks for tickets, so I think I'm gonna give it to you guys. The tickets. Ideally, I should ask, but since iJedi is not chatting, iJedi, maybe you're there and maybe you will tell me now if you want some tickets. Thank you. By the way, Greg, happy Easter to you too. I'm not sure if I congratulated you. Memberships get given out and odd times, Rick. Sometimes when you are not streaming, I still have received donated memberships. Ah, okay. Interesting. But I've seen them being refunded to rollers. Yeah, focus on the raffle. That's a good idea. Yeah. Okay. Okay, but iJedi's tickets. iJedi will not say he wants it. Actually, I think I messaged him on PayPal sometimes and he's not replying, so I cannot risk giving tickets to him in this case since he did not mention them. iJedi, if you are listening and think otherwise, please message me and let me know. Maybe you want those tickets. But what? But I need to do it like this. So $500 donation from iJedi. Thank you, iJedi. So guys, 50 more tickets for you. Please give your pluses. It's gonna be a pity if iJedi wants them. I apologize for that, iJedi. But sometimes I need to make these decisions. Not such a hard decisions, but could be unpleasant for some people sometimes. So I'm sorry if I was doing that. What is this show about? Another J asks. It's about Ukraine, another J. About supporting the Ukrainian army to eliminate the occupiers of our land. Russians and Russian mercenaries from all over the world. They recruit people from Egypt, China, Somalia, Togo, Kazakhstan. Well, basically they often fool people telling them that they're just gonna be working somewhere and they instead send them to the front line. So we're here raising funds for the needs of Ukrainian army, mostly for the trucks and some night vision, some. By the way, I realized that we like almost 100% don't raise funds for any weapons, just like for some supportive stuff like cars, electronic warfare. Yeah, guys. So we're a pretty, I would say, humanitarian organization. Wow. This is the chat where anything can happen, Mopsy's Gun says. And what happened there? I guess I'm being stupid or ignorant, but to me the language issue is not a big deal if it comes to... Give me a second. What's going on there, Rick? Where are the names? Why did you make that list longer? I don't know, Rick, why I did that. So, Wizard of Ooze. But first, Jedi. Wizard of Ooze, 2 more tickets for you. And Lynn S, 2 tickets. Okay. Great. So as soon as all the tickets will be given... By the way, Nikki, are you still with us? Or maybe you've fallen asleep? By the way, it could happen because Nikki is in Ukraine right now. And it's almost 2 a.m. here. So guys, I don't see Nikki in the spreadsheet. Maybe I ask some of you to help me. I mean our badass moderators. She went to sleep, I think, Rick. Okay, yeah. It's understandable. I would like to go to sleep too. But we have more tickets. Oh, we could just give it to iJedi, I guess. Nikki went to bed. Okay. Well, I think we can do it. We can just give those tickets to iJedi and problem is solved. And it would be still fair, right? If he wins, I'll try to contact him. If he doesn't reply, we just re-raffle it. Let's do it this way, right? I think everyone will be Endemic Flash. Just give me the patch. Problem solved. Well, easy solution, but I'm not looking for easy ways, you know, or easy solutions. Yeah, tickets to iJedi. I apologize everyone who has given pluses, but not gonna give more tickets. Yeah, that's fair, as he made the donation. Yeah, and this way I'm gonna be able to go to bed earlier, so... Okay. My friends, let's do the raffle. We got everything we need. Got to the goal and get over it by 540 bucks. Thank you everyone who donated today. You are fantastic. Guys, you're really saving lives with that. And I'm super grateful. So, 690 tickets you bought this week. More than the last one. Last one was 676. This week is 690. And I can actually count down a bit, like 10, 9. This beautiful patch will be one of you, one of yours? One of you will get it. In just 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm pressing the spin button and spinning it. It's clicking. We all can hear it. This beautiful patch goes to number 161. Let's go see who that was. 161. Oh yeah, that's a gifted ticket. Santa from Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Kaplan, once again, gifting someone a raffle item. Santa, if you're still in the chat, congratulations. If you're not, I really hope you contact me in the next 2 weeks, because if you want... By the way, Santa should be on our Discord, right? So it's going to be easy to contact him. If you want, we will have to re-raffle it. Santa, congratulations. You see, guys, gifted tickets work. Plus pluses work. Keep giving plus pluses when we ask for them. It is going to be your lucky day someday. Congrats, Santa. I hope you're still there in the chat. I've seen you in the beginning of the stream. I'm not sure about 4.5 hours deep into the stream. Congrats, Santa. Congrats. But I guess he's not here at the moment. He's not replying. Santa, let me tag him. Miss T. Miss T. So Finland, Miss T, right? Did I get it correctly? Mr. Kaplan is a true wizard, I'm sure, making roller magic come true. Yeah. Making sure. No, wait. You said I'm sure. Yeah, you said I'm sure. So I read it correctly. I thought I'm mistaken. Whew. Okay, guys. Then I just need to go and donate to Helena and for her medkit initiative and to Hostomel Shelter, Animal Shelter. Let me do it as always right now and okay. I want to start another poll. Since I've shown you the statistics and asked you to subscribe to Base, Donatello, or Patreon, any of those three, I wonder if there are any of you who want to subscribe but still cannot subscribe. So, subscribe to my Base Patreon Donatello, and there are gonna be different options. Like first one, already subscribed. Second one, want to but can't right now. And the third option will be considering to do it in the future. Yeah, I think that's enough. Please vote, guys. More than 100 people watching. I want to at least to ask you at least no, actually less than 100. Since we did the raffle, a lot of people just dropped off. Okay, so 99 people watching. Please give me at least, I don't know, 60 votes. Please vote in that box at the top of the chat. Want to but can't right now, 29%. Considering to do it in the future. I'm intentionally not providing an option like not considering it at all, because because we don't need probably the statistics to consider that, because I want to understand only probably the, how do you call that? Yeah, I want to understand the statistics among the people who are interested in that. So yeah, I see only 30 votes. Guys, how does it work? A lot of you either don't want to vote at all or don't know how to do it. Maybe we need to tell you how to do it. How to vote in that poll. But I wanted to donate to Anton, Helena's husband, so I'm doing it now while you're voting. Still only 30 votes. Come on, guys. Vote, 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 vote. I will soon change the YouTube subscription to the base. Thank you, Danielle. Ah, by the way, this might also be the reason why the YouTube income is dropping down, but since it's still gonna be more, right, when you subscribe to the base, because it's not gonna be 30% fee. Rick, I'm not with either of them, and I don't have Patreon as it's too expensive. Sam K says, Sam, what about base and Donatello? It is only 3% there. Maybe you tried, or you don't have to be there. You can just use your card there to subscribe. Of course, if you have the card, because not all the people have the card. You don't have the cards. If you don't have the cards, you don't start the war. All that shit. Okay, so from Rick Rollers for Helena for IFAX with love. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. And sending it now. And then we'll make you the screenshot later. Rick plus plus next Friday I will give $200. Awesome. You mean to the fundraiser. Fantastic. Hey, new subscriber on Patreon. Levy, thank you very much. It's a javelin, new javelin on Patreon. So on Patreon, I think I pay around 14% fee. On the base, it is 3%. Can you try the base? Or maybe you tried it before, so you just subscribe to Patreon. I assume that's the case. I think the probability of it is like 90%, because I constantly say that base and Donatello are the priorities. Base in particular. Donatello is the second option, and the third priority is Patreon. But thank you very much for subscribing to Patreon. Thank you, Levy. I really appreciate it. Okay, and a donation to Hostomel Shelter from Rick Rollers with love. With love. Awesome. So send in this one. Hey, this one died. I need to charge it, but a bit later. Not yet. Okay, so those two donations. Making a screenshot, showing it to you, and then we can finish the stream and I can go to sleep. That's fantastic. I'm happy. Levy. You're right, Cheryl. So it is pronounced Levy, right? Not Levy. Levi, not Levi, Levi, like Levi's. Yeah, like the jeans. Got it. You can use your Amazon Prime on his Twitch to boost his income by using the free sub every month. Fragrance Schizo says, yeah, if you guys use Twitch and Amazon Prime, there's an option to subscribe through Amazon Prime there. So yeah, I basically don't have much income from Twitch, but maybe we can work on growing that one too. So who knows? Like the jeans. Awesome. Thank you. I love Levi's jeans, and you know all that. My jacket, my jeans jacket that I wear lately is also Levi's. So awesome quality brand, and like it's not cheap, but not a too expensive one, like for a good quality clothes. So like middle price brand, I would say, because all those like couture, you know, some brands like they could cost much more for either the same or even worse quality sometimes. So yeah, that's a good choice, I think. Rick always learns. It's great to be humble enough to learn. Yeah, Cheryl. I always am okay to admit that I made a mistake, and never foolish enough to. It didn't help living in Kyiv. It's so expensive, Fuzzy says. Yeah. A bit, but you're getting used to it, especially if you have some normal income. Then it's much easier to live in Kyiv. But when I got back in 2020, I had $300 per month income. I was really surviving. It was hard, and alone I wouldn't survive on that salary. Luckily, it was me and my wife, so it was still survival, but much like it was possible to survive. 2020, 2021, only in 2022 I started earning some money, some more or less decent money, because to be honest, what I earned in 2022 was enough to have some basic life. It was not already a survival, but some basic life. It was enough for that. Yeah. So I think to live somewhat comfortably, you're looking at $2K US dollars. That's to be able to live anything less than 1K USD. You're doing exactly that. It's surviving, not living. Exactly, Fuzzy. So $2,000 is probably, well, is somewhat the good starting income for months. I would say starting because, of course, there's always somewhere to strive, and well, the more I earn, the more I donate, and these days I am capable of donating around $500 a month to Ukrainian army, of course, mostly for Rusoris, most of it for Sternenko's Rusoris. Without this size of income that I have right now, I wouldn't be able to do it. And the more I earn, the more I can give. That's what Rollers taught me. And I'm also not only giving it for the fundraising for the army, but also to my family. I started contributing to more like more family matters than before, like completely financing some of them. And yeah, only 36 votes still in that poll. Guys, please vote. I know why not all of you voted, because some of you may be not in this group. Maybe you're not considering it at all. But I see 56% already subscribed, 25% want to but can't right now, and 19% considering to do it in the future. Thank you, guys. Thank you for those votes, and keep voting, okay? 37 now. Good. Good. I do good, Rick Sanchez. Hello, Rick Sanchez, by the way. Good to see you. A bit tired, just needed to show you the screenshot and started talking about the income and all that stuff. But it's interesting topic, interesting to talk about that, interesting to explain to you how it works in my life, how I do it. Like when I earn more, I can support my loved ones more. Basically, to be honest, I'm not saving up money right now. I'm not capable of saving up because I do that more. I support family more. If I wanted to, if I just wanted to keep the same, like support the family on the same level that before, I would be able. But why should I need that if it's much better to support the family than to have some savings, to be able to have some savings, so I like this way. Yeah. Okay, so I sent that, needed only to show it to you. I mean the screenshot of the donations. Here it is, $100 to Hostomel Shelter and $500 to Anton Kristopin. Both of them made 10 and 9 minutes ago. Yeah, one of them 10 minutes ago, one of them 9 minutes ago. And, yep. Fuck taxes, dude. Taxes are a myth if you convince yourself. Nah, man, I pay taxes. I am a volunteer and, what? I'm not paying any taxes from donations, right? Only if it's not a base. That means that I pay taxes even from donations sometimes. But, first of all, I bear the personal responsibility for my country's future, and filling the budget is what responsible citizens do. They take that responsibility on themselves. Of course, if you're a foreign volunteer and you live in Ukraine, you're not obliged to pay taxes, right? But I am the citizen of Ukraine, and I'm responsible for the future of this country, of the kids, when I have them, or if I have them someday. It also depends on how law-abiding I will be, if I won't teach them corruption, but teach them decency and the legal way of doing things that makes the future of my country better, and that makes my kids more decent people. And maybe some other Ukrainians who are of my generation or older generation or younger generation will be inspired by this, and I will lead them by example and will make this society better in this generation too. So who knows. But yeah, I try to lead by example, and in this case the example is responsible citizen. So yeah, you see how great I rationalize that, Fuzzy. Yvonne, my PayPal is the Discord. Please feel free to donate there if you would like to. Yeah, please. Guys, you can support Fuzzy directly. It will be also for some equipment, definitely, but maybe for the treatment of his dog, Boston, too. And it would be cool. So, guys, I did not show you my Vyshyvanka fully today, right? No, it's too dark. It's too dark. But you could see it on Free Azov stream. I think a few times Nikki was bringing the camera really close to it, so you could see it. By honestly, Rick, Black Sheep will support you any way we can. Just let me know if you ever need anything. Yeah, Fuzzy, that is cool. You know, having soldier friends is very is very what's the word? It supports knowing that there are other guys who will be willing to help you with anything, anytime. Is really good to know. I love you, Vyshyvanka. Thank you. So this one I wear only for the second time today. Well, I mean, like, no, sorry. Second time at all. And today, of course, I wore it 2 times already. First on Free Zone and on this stream. But first time I wore it on Aziz's concert in February. So, yeah, I just did not feel like the holiday enough to wear it. And today is Easter, so I decided to wear it today. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Lisa. And yeah, you guys, fuck, tearing out the earphones from your ears is just ugly. Yeah, but I wanted to show the sleeve. Maybe it will focus on it. Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe like this. Okay, that's enough showing off your Vyshyvanka. Just go to sleep. Free Azov stream got 25k views today. This helps bring those brave warriors home. Guys, you know what I noticed about Free Azov and when exactly it is getting viral? It's when I go to that square. It gets the biggest numbers. In particular, that Sofijska square. It always gets the biggest numbers. So the previous one with 25 or 36k or something was also on that square. All the others are never getting that close. So I'm really curious how the fuck does that work? Like, how does YouTube make it viral if it's on Sofijska Square? I don't get it. You see some Free Azov streams are getting 2.4k views, and this one got 10 times more. 25,000. Insane. But, yeah, I need to find more Sofijska Square. Oh, wait, was it an exception? February 16. Where was it? We had... It's a lot.
Do you think that anything...
there was an exception. This one with 27,000 views was not on Sofijska Square. But yeah, trying to find it. And I'm pretty sure that that one also went viral exactly on Sofijska Square. $13k views? Yeah, so the previous one should be 24k views exactly on Sofijska Square, guys. Here it is, guys. Roman was there. It was December 29th. It was that square, and it was 24k views. How the fuck does it work? Ah, and it was not showing the screen. Sorry. Here it is. Yeah. Interesting. Hey, Hooves, by the way, you're just joining. Australia is waking up, right? Good. It's the iconic view. Maybe because of that. I don't know. Maybe the view is really attracting more people to stay. Maybe people don't really, like most of the people, I can assume. But I don't believe in that. Don't listen to it and don't look on the people, but just look on the view, and this is why it is getting viral. Greg says YouTube is weird. That is how it works. To figure the algorithm requires Einstein. I still am trying to figure it out. I'm not an Einstein, so I don't think I will succeed. But trying doesn't kill you, right? Grabs attention. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I saw eggs in Ukraine are now 89 hryvnias. That's a lot in Ukraine for eggs. Yeah. If you want to eat out and have a beer with family, you're looking at over 1,000 UA hryvnias. Ukraine is paying Western prices since the war. Yeah, Fuzzy's right. It's expensive to eat in Ukraine. I spend a lot of money on food just because it's expensive. But luckily I can afford some good food, because a lot of people who are under the poverty wage? No, how do you call that? They are forced to buy food in like not the worst, but like cheap food. Of course, we have the bad quality food here in Ukraine, and some. Yeah, I think ATB has a lot of that too. But you can buy good food there too. So yeah, we don't have like only bad stores with bad food. Ogre says a good thumbnail helps with the scenic view and all, but you should make more drone building streams and cooking streams. Well, drone building stream is hard, and like, I don't know, but it seemed like it was too long and exhausting for you also, maybe? Not sure. Okay. But cooking stream is a good idea, though I also for some reason don't have an inspiration for it lately. This is why I'm not doing them again. Oh, by the way, Reptyree, hello, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. The cooking stream was great. Yeah, it was. So, my friends, I think it's finally time to go to bed. And I want to thank you all. Okay, let's check the Pysanky fundraiser, because I just got the info that Laserpig started his campaign and it's on fire, so I think he will pull up all the rest of the community with us. Not with us, but what do I mean? Yeah, 4,000 in just a few hours. Great job. Johnny is pulling up. Great. He's on 6,000 euros now. We're on 8,228. And tomorrow I am gonna donate. No, not tomorrow. On Tuesday I'm gonna donate around 3,000 more euros, maybe even 4,000. And yeah, we're finally gonna get over the 50%. Silicon Curtain is pulling up too on 7,000 currently. Renegade Chungus and Kentilada are doing a great job. They're on being on 8,559. euros and 85 cents. Second mine was doing pretty well. Guys, if you have the means to donate to this campaign separately, please do so. We could use any help you can provide. So please do. Here's the link. I'm sending it to the chat and gonna pin it now. You can press the pinned link and make a donation there and help us reach the goal with, well, our part, the rollers part, is 22,000 euros. So we're still at least 50% away from reaching the goal. We are number 5. Well, good. No, we are number 6 now, but we're going to be number 5 on Tuesday again. But at some point, we need to become number 2. Because when we reach the full goal of what? Of 22,000, then we will definitely get to number 2. Sorry, my eyes tricked me. That's okay. That's totally okay. Guys, let's all thank our amazing moderators who do all that great job on controls. Even today on this stream, on 3SO it was crazy today. A lot of the trolls there, but also here today on the evening stream. I mean tonight. Yeah. So, dear friends, I thank you for this amazing week. We had great streams. This one today with UkrainianAna and Dylan Burns. Let's actually do a small retrospective. What streams did we have there? This week we had the 2 donation streams, one of them with Fuzzy, and today 2 streams. So only 4 streams this week, and we raised around, I would say, around $6,500 this week. Good fucking job, guys. You are fantastic. GG mods, GG rigs, stay safe. See you all Tuesday. Thank you, Fuzzy. Thank you for making our Thursday amazing. When you appeared on the stream together with Noodles. So Noodles, I thank you too. I know you hear this right now, probably sitting next to Fuzzy. Or maybe if you guys arrived, maybe Noodles doesn't hear you. Hey, why do I keep talking only to one side, right? So like this. Noodles. Yeah. Slick Rick. What do you mean by that, Rick Sanchez? That in only 4 streams we raised 6,500? This is why I'm slick? Or why? Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys. Thank you also for the stream. And Mac? What Mac do you mean, Cheryl? Thank you, Rick. Mac Pigeon. Yeah, got it. Thanks, Rick. Great work. Thank you, guys. Lots of love to all you rollers. Crazy, generous bunch. Yeah, this bunch is crazy generous. Okay, Santa. I remind you guys that Santa won this patch. If you see him somewhere in the chat, maybe not even on my streams, on some other YouTubers' streams, tell him that he's a winner and he needs to contact me. But I'm gonna try, or you guys maybe try to contact him on Discord if he's there. I think he should be there, but not sure. Sweetest dreams, everyone. Yep. Greetings to the whole gang. Sleep well and stay safe, guys. Yes, Fuzzy, please pass that one. Be safe, everyone. Thank you, Sam Case. Thank you, everyone. Keith Kane, Rick Sanchez, Anton, Ogarfson, Ogar, is it Ogarson? Ogarson. Probably it's F. I'm not sure. RP Marson, Little Dog, Santa, Andres Lech, Elvin Archer, Cheryl, Elizabeth Wright Home, Mac Pigeon, Miss T, Ogre, Just Jimmy, Wizard of Ooze. I was really happy to do this stream for you today. And I really am grateful for everything you do for Ukraine. I remind you, on Tuesday we're going to have the stream, the coffee shop one with Lila and Nikki Hill. And we're gonna do what? I'm gonna do the donation stream before that on Tuesday. So a lot of work for me on Tuesday. On Wednesday, I'm hoping to actually... Yeah, my head is always leaning that way. It's because of my back. It's not straight, so I better sit straight. Best Easter ever, Danielle says. It is indeed a great one. So yeah, on Wednesday I'm going to try to work on the dubs. And... what? And we'll see what's going to happen on Thursday. Okay, my dear friends, I love you too. Mac was in the back set with Fuzzy and Noodle. Yeah, since Mac was not talking to us, I did not count him in. I apologize, Mac, if you're listening to this. What? That's it, guys. It's time to just tell you to live long and prosper. And of course, donate, but you do it anyway, so you're amazing. Salt of the earth, people. Love you all. And Slava Ukraini. I'm finishing. Good night. Happy Easter once again. Heroям слава. Bye, guys.